Halo Bang, halo. Chatboxnya nggak muncul lagi, tai lah. Muncul bro. Kita ganti sawernya dulu nggak sih bro? Penuh bro. Es apa ini Isa? Kita menjadi L milestone bro. Predik Jung. Apa predik? Predik. Predik nih. TLID kalah. TLID kalah. Tuh predik. Kan tuh predik. Tut. RRQ final sih menurut gue ya. RRQ final menurut gue. Hop. Dan mic-nya mahal ngentot. Mic-nya mah udah. Wow, 1 juta. Wow, 1 juta. Please energi jangan menang M-series dulu, template cuma Evo sudah gua buat. Jangan gitu gak sih? Kita harus membuat sejarah baru gak sih, bro? Masa gitu lagi, bro? Kita harus buat sejarah baru gak sih? Mang. Tolol. Lah bro. Jam berapa sih MC bro. Masih lama gue ke warteg dulu nih. 25 menit. Starting in 25 menit. Oke. Kita ke warteg dulu ya, bro. Kenapa Discordnya lagi nggak mau join? Bro, tolong. Discord player. Nah. Na 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 na. Suaranya bro. Jun, Paris lihat klip lu bahas kayak sama apa ya ngomong gitu. Real kah? Ya kalau no komen berarti. Kalau no komen berarti. Ya, selesai. Dah, gue mau ke warteg dulu, bro. Ngelek babang pol anjing. Nah, kontrol juga milestone. Serius sumpah. Apa stand mic yang bagusnya segitu jing. Mahal cok ternyata. Gue mau beli 2 ya, mic-nya yang bagus tadi 1 sama mic-nya 1 sama stand mic kan. Nah stand mic yang bagusnya mahal anjing. Lah lanjut fix make nih. Tai tuh make. Tai. Dah gue mau makan dulu. Bye bye. Oh, mod jangan lupa nama emot tuh. Tai. DC-nya gak jelas bangsat. Halo Bila. Matiin bisa gak sih? Goblok cok. DC-nya rusak cok. Tai lu. Babi udah orang susah ya megang HP, megang kopi lagi. Ngapain lu jam segini? Lu pikir gue udah tidur, babi? Halo Bila, diam. Cuman gua yang tahu suara Bila. Siapa yang tahu suara Bila di sini yang ke tangan? Suara Bila ini cok, renyah cok. Acu jadi suka. Oit lu BG, biarin dah. Ya biarin Riz. Biarkan gua menipiskan napas demi sesuap nasi, bro. Masa nggak boleh, babi? Bersama nama suara King Idris. King Idris nomor 1 sih. Bila nomor 2. Ya nggak apa-apa, tapi boleh titip salam nggak bang? Tai. Titip salam buat nenek Ponorogo di Syam. Claire. Bila kalau nilai kamu bagus, aku kasih hadiah ya. Sama bonus WA aku. Hadiahnya itu, bonusnya. Kan hadiahnya beda lagi. Bubar kalau nggak boleh. Tai lu. Bubar sama anjing. Kayak parfum dulu nggak sih biar wangi? Biar kalian mencium aroma gue cok. Pas. Wah, kenapa wah nih? Waduh kah? Family Mart Indonesia. Bonus biji Mas Ade. Res. Nanti digebrak cowok meja nggak lucu.
On the health card, there's been multiple instances where Soren miss his skills, miss his abilities, and we cannot afford from either of the teams to make those kind of mistakes, because again, this is an elimination match. Everyone keeps asking, are they still fighting? After today, if they lose, that's it.
Lucu. Lagi testing, bro.
This is going to be a very difficult situation for both teams as they only have one chance left to survive. But we're looking at Team Vamos with Nets, Sword, Warlord, Chibi, and Smooth. And I believe that this time around, a lot of us are really looking out for the adjustments. Team Vamos, you can't just stick with a particular plan in mind if it's...
Anjing, badan gue udah mulai keringetan gak jelas nih anjing. Padahal kagak panas tok.
Let me just say, if they still want a tanky mid laner, Nets has to step up, because for that kind of composition, it does look like you need one person to hyper carry the game.
Apa, Jun?
And if Nets keep losing lanes, you can't do that, Trex.
Apa nih ROG? R. Ini mau yang serius apa yang benar, babi? Beli bebek dikasih, cakep. Bila fallback IG nggak sih? Jangan Bila. Di sini semua buaya kecuali gua, bro. Jangan ya. Jangan Bila, sumpah jangan. Kalau kamu fallback cowok lain aku kecewa sih. Serius satu, bercanda satu. Kalau serius, ROG kepanjangannya Republic of Gamer, bro. Kalau bercanda, R-nya Saweria, O-nya Saweria. G-nya
either way. If Vamos
Saweria.
decides to get crazy,
G-Saweria.
S2G just play what they always play. Get Sigiboom online. Let Lunar be able to zone out the enemy team.
Nah, suara
We've
biji
seen
ya,
things
suara
like the
biji
Ruby.
ya.
We've seen these compositions that work very well for the team, and that's what they need to stick to. They already have an identity that works.
Yep,
Jangan
it's
bilang ya.
also just finding the balance between sticking with the fundamentals perhaps and not being too passive, if I might say.
Ada ST
Because
tadi
if they
di
tend to
family
be a little
map
too passive and they don't try to be as just
Stand-up
slightest
orang.
bit of aggressive in the early stages of the game, then they lose the chance to capitalize on all the possible punishes they may get from Team Vamos if they play overly aggressive as well. We've seen it multiple times in previous games, and that is one thing they can potentially capitalize on, all the while waiting for Sigiboom to go online.
Yeah, I feel like to summarize what you said is like play to win, not play to not lose.
Yep.
Now we have an M-Chai coming in from Nets. Can you tell us what went wrong for you in the match against CFU? Is it in the game? It was tough because I died in the laning phase. CFU's Nathan had an early snowball. He became hard to kill later on. If we managed to stop him, then we could have sustained until the mid or late game. So in a way, Nets understood where the problem was. It was against his lane opponent. So I don't want to put too much pressure, but again, this is an elimination match. If Nets wants to go to the next round, he has to step up against Sigiboom, which has been performing quite well.
Yeah, and I mean, if laning has proven to be quite a struggle
Kira ada
for
Matthew
Team
pala hijau,
Vamos,
siapa?
then it's
Mana?
all the more reason that they should
Ah,
try to be a
Jetsu.
little bit more careful in the early game executions because
Ada
trying
Matthew,
to
Cok.
bounce back from such a
Anjing,
huge
Matthew, bangsat.
disadvantage.
Emang ada
would
dukung
be
Vamos?
so
Ada.
difficult
Kan
for you,
tuan rumah, bro.
especially if
Lu nggak liat nih
you
Evos
don't
Warlord
get
sudah
to
main,
the
Dan.
laning phase, and if your mid trio rotations aren't as successful in the early
Lu jangan gitu nggak sih, Dan, sama
Speaking
mantan
of
rekan
that
tim
mid
lu,
trio,
Dan?
right, just overall, laning
Kenapa sih
phase
lu
for
benci
the
banget
whole
sama
team is
ini?
important, right? 'Cause it's Nets
Lu ngeliat itu ada
against
Evos.
Sigiboom, they might
Ada
not get
Evos
the
itu.
better, but if Sigiboom's on a scaling hero, the team needs to gank that gold lane, right? The team needs to put pressure on. We've seen so many teams fold because they're unable to put the
Gila, bro.
pressure down on that gold lane early on. They're unable to stop these scaling heroes. So I think Vamos has to come into this knowing what the win condition is for the enemy team and for their own team.
Wow, this is so interesting. This is like the 4th game in a row where
Oh, emang
S2G
levelnya
is
malah
playing
nggak cocok
on
di
blue
Indo.
side. So they've been on blue side for the entirety of the M6 so far.
It looks like Coach
Jahat
Pau
banget sih
Phillips.
mulutnya.
Maybe he's
Kamu jangan begitu ya, Dan.
but he's already
Gitu-gitu
banning
dia
out the Hellcurt,
mantan tim
showing proper
kamu yang kamu
respect.
dukung terus
And
loh.
he seems like he's still considering
Kenapa sih,
that the
Dan?
mid tank, mid fighter could still be a part of the plan of Coach Pops for Vamos. Looking at the bans again, both the Hellcurt, the Chip, as well as the Alpha. So these are targeted bans. 2 bans for Zorn, 1 ban for Chibi.
Gua baru
Coach
tahu
Pops banning up
Ben
the
HC
Hilda,
emang
which indicates
malah
that they
Ben
might want to
HC
use
ya?
something like the Joy in this draft as well. Okay, Suyo ban as well, and now banning out the Bruno. I'm
HC-nya
smelling a
di-ban gitu.
Joy here.
Yeah, and Joe is also still open if ever S2G wants to deny that from Sorn.
Joy.
Because
Joy
I
kan
haven't seen Sorn play the Joe.
di Warlock
just
bang
yet.
udah
I mean, so
pulang
far
kan.
he's been playing all these assassins.
Saya
I mean,
sokong
Chosen,
Warlock
but
di
I think
Malaysia,
SG
tak
approaches
usah
this really well,
balik-balik.
though. Being on blue side, they get to target ban,
Dan
they
gitu
get
nggak
to free up
sih?
some things, and they leave a lot of trades open.
Gitu-gitu.
Jushin, Cho, Yves,
Wah,
so many
Cho.
things up on the field.
Berani banget
Cho
ya free pick
does
Cho,
get
bro.
picked up front.
Elos kah? Bahaya.
Vamos pick up the Hayabusa quickly.
I
He's
mean,
a little bit too early. I
Berani
mean,
banget
we
dia
have
free
seen it
pick
work. We saw one
Yeah,
shot
we
pick
did.
it up early
Gua nggak tahu sih
yesterday.
kekuatan Turki
Did
ini gimana, gua
great.
nggak pernah
So, I mean,
nonton, Cok.
Hayabusa's starting to make his way back in. This could be a decent
Kalen.
pick for an
Ada,
aggressive
taruh
Vamos.
baterai.
okay, a lot to unpack for this one. First of all, Valentina.
No smiling.
Sorry, no smile, of course. Mid, a mage mid laner has been brought back, and I kind of feel like I see where you're coming in, Trex. But maybe this is one of the situations where it's
Oh
not
iya,
too early to pick
enggak
up
lah.
the jungler because
Oh berarti
the
dia
CEO
nggak mau
has
ngasih
been banned,
cowoknya ya?
The Alpha has been banned, but more importantly, the Hilda has been banned. So not a lot of aggression unless S2G picks up the Khalid here. If they pick up the Khalid, they can potentially deal with the Hayabusa, but they pick up the Eve as well as the Hylos.
That's a lot of zone control
CF.
there for S2G. And I mean, we haven't seen Vamos reveal what kind of frontline
Dia
heroes
mau
they want to
ngambil
use just
cowoknya
yet.
Storm
The
itu
gap
ya?
is still open.
So as of now, yeah, the Gatot is still open, but at least they have some ways to deal with it. The Terrify is there, so they have some means to actually deny the aggression so far from S2G. But behind the IGN, speaking of Warlord, who picked up the Valentina immediately.
Yep, Warlord chose his IGN because he imagined that if he met the in-game Lord in real life, he would go, wow, Lord. So it's kind of like, oh, wow, Lord.
Yeah, so he's not his...
No smiling.
Gotcha.
No smiling.
We got the glue pick. Glue pick's been this pick, this EX feeler that has been spiking itself into the meta recently, becoming more and more popular. And I think it helps deal with things like the Hylos, helps deal with sometimes things like the Hilda, which is not here.
Could also be a playmaker.
Oh yeah, sorry.
It's just a solid all-around. It does zoning, it can hold its own in the XP lane, it has crowd control. It is this hero that has just kind of taken the meta by storm recently. In terms of ban, on the other hand,
region tier 1 ini masih respect ban ya.
But I think it was a good play overall because as Brigada said, they get so much control with these 3 picks right here. And there's, with the Suyo and the Alpha Gon, there's plenty of assassins to pick up still. There's plenty of options. For me, Nets has been performing only on the Harif. So if the Harif does get banned here, it's going to be pretty tough. Nets have won.
Gue tuh udah kewarteg tolol, mundurin anjing. Gue udah kewarteg babi. Gue kewarteg, habis itu gue ke ini, ke Kamilimat anjing.
And the Claw, it's mostly just really the Harith and the carry for Nets. And so far, I mean, I think it would fare well against the first 2 or 3 picks that were shown to us here by S2G, the Harith and the Cho, but they have to really be careful of the zone control that S2G can actually provide whenever there is a team fight. I mean, yeah, they have the glue, and it's also a nice pickup, as you've mentioned, because S2G, they've already revealed their potential mid and their XP and roam so far. So they already know what's going to happen in terms of the matchup. I like how they're keeping Nets hero still.
Tadi tuh bisa. Tadi tuh suara bisa sumpah. Terus gua close gini kan, gua giniin kan.
We see here from S2G in terms of jungle.
Langsung error anjing.
I mean, they go for something like the Nolan, the throwback to the Nolan or something.
Joy is still open.
Joy is also still open, definitely a possibility. They could go for something tankier. I feel like Joy's the most solid, right? Especially with the lineup they already have.
Yeah.
If S2G wants to go for a hyper carry marksman, then they can still pick up something like the Beatrix and then the Fredrin if they want. But yeah, I do feel like the Joy is in the conversation for. Oh wait, Nolan.
Yeah, that's what I said. I was like, Nolan's a possibility for sure. We know how aggressive it can be early game with a Cho and the possibility once you hit level 4, you start getting some pickoffs. It is dangerous.
Pas gua nge-swipe gitu, terus ke pop up kan kameranya, jadi error.
Carry. I mean, the Beatrix is still open. There's still plenty of options. A lot of possibilities. He could go for. I mean, we even see things like the Wan pop in. We see the Aerithel pop in.
Jawhead roam for sure. Because the thing about Zorn is he's a catch specialist. Honestly, when it comes to the setup, he does hesitate every once in a while. But when it comes to catches, immediately. Oh my god! How did we not notice the Fanny?
It's banned all the time.
Why did we not notice the Fanny? Oh my goodness. Now whether Nats wants to or not, he might have to consider the Moskov.
Yeah. It's probably one of the best potential picks he can
make after. What about a Brody?
Brody,
we haven't seen much
yang ada
I think we haven't seen the Brody at all.
Yeah, but if you're going up against an assassin,
Moskov
Brody, that's the traditional answer.
Gue juga jadi pengen jualan ST, bro.
Yeah,
and Brody does pack a punch. He can kind of maybe get away. We'll see. Beatrix gets locked in for S2G. I think the Moskov is the more solid pick, but I'm not completely against the idea of the Brody. It's a big risk. It is game 1.
It is game 1.
It is game 1.
The range is there.
Go for something like, what about like Melissa or something? I don't know, to deny die from the Cho and the.
I've been waiting.
Wait, what's that?
What? Carry. I mean, like I said, this is Vamos basically trusting their instinct as well as comfort.
Yep.
Whether it works or not, again, this is a best of 3. They can see how it goes, and then they can adjust in other games. Thank you very much to Trex.
Kontol orang Amelia itu ketawa, ngapain sih anjing? Iya, Cok, malah diketawain anjing. Lu bayangin, Cok, lu satu melawan ribuan orang di tengah-tengah, lu dikatain terus diketawain.
The game is never over, and it's never been closer. There's 6 teams fighting for the chances to move on to the next stage. 3 going home. What is up, guys? I'm Nice.
Bayangin dulu dah, bayangin.
With Ingan.
Baru rasain.
Are we feeling the pressure here?
Man, I feel
the pressure from the players. Again, last chance to advance to the knockouts for the side of S2G.
Kalau sebelum melakukan sesuatu ya, sebelum melakukan sesuatu yang kayak gitu ya, gue mikir dulu, Cok, gimana rasanya gue jadi dia.
The hometown heroes to make Malaysia proud.
Kan rasanya kalau posisinya dibalik, Cok. Gua gak pernah hina usaha orang selain selagi halal sama aku juga gak pernah.
One of the hopes of Malaysia on the
Aku
line
juga gak
against
pernah, anjing.
the champions S2G from Turkey. We load up into it. It's a best of 3, and we get off to game number 1.
Ada yang kayak gitu, Cok.
Now let's bring it to a close here to start things off already. The draft is set
Walaupun
and
udah minta
done.
maaf ya, itu
And there's a couple new things that we're going to see this time
itu
around.
kacau sih. Makanya pentingnya memanusiakan manusia, bro.
Nets is actually bringing out the carry to this game to take us
cowoknya
through
XP.
here. So interestingly enough, but also before that, we got to invite you guys
Cowoknya
watching
XP,
right now.
bro,
The M6
ditukar,
pass
bro,
is now
ujung-ujung.
available. There's a whole lot you guys can grab. You can hit level 75 for free all the way, and you can get Claude's battle mode, the M6 Glory Avatar. Zorn's taking a couple of damage. And also, the new special skin. Don't forget that Dauntless Shield
belum
for
tentu
free.
minta maaf ya.
Looking
Kalau
at
nggak
the
viral belum
lineups,
tentu
you
minta
know
maaf. Bener.
they're gonna battle it out for
bener.
mid control. Again, S2G Esports, we know their
Nggak tahu
playstyle.
lah. Gua
Give a lot of space
Gua cuma
for
bisa geleng-geleng
Siggy,
kepala
the
sih
Turkish
gitu,
trigger
kayak
man,
gitu. Gila.
to get enough farm, dominate his laning phase, and eventually, like Brigido mentioned, play around the fact that they have a Beatrix that could go all in against Team Vamos. And for Team Vamos, I like that they're resulting to a much more balanced lineup right now with Warlord having a Valentina.
No, they got the Valentina. I think one of the big questions, too, is the matchup in the jungle. You know, like, dealing with the jungle, we've seen a couple fannies so far. You know, one that sticks out specifically, obviously, from one shot.
But this time in the hands, this
matchup is going to be a classic.
Jadi main dong cowoknya.
And the Hayabusa.
Kalau misalnya cowoknya di roamer nggak main nih,
a lot of people love to watch and unfold, but it also comes with a sense of risk. You know, you got to be able to go ahead, secure more so for the fanny here, the purple buff, play around it. And I'm wondering if Team Vamos will actually put pressure there, or if they kind of take a step back, because honestly, so far from what we've seen, they like to take chances, they like to take some risks.
Gimana ya, gue nggak bisa jualan, mending gue beli anjing.
Previously, the games of Team Vamos, they're used to controlling the early game. They're aggressive, but the thing is, two teams have already used that aggression up against them to their advantage. So why Team Vamos can't seem to close things down for
themselves. Gue ngeliat dari auranya tuh aura-aura bukan ngelawak sih, aura-aura serius.
So in terms of
nggak serius sih, yang ngelawak ada, cuman ngelawaknya tuh
they go in and try to go for the gold lane, that tenacity could really be a big help for Nets later on.
Starting up the turtle here. Team Vamos going to keep things together. Warlord does have that glorious pathway available to him. As they get they take this very slowly. They did have to wait for GB. He's going to make his way. He's got both buffs too. Lunar on the whim.
Another ejector coming in from Soren.
Mati bro, dilempar Johe. Kenapa lewat sini ya? Anjing main kayak.
They're going to have to break it out. Lunar's in trouble. They're going to jump back in.
What a cutthroat play to bring down Chibi.
Itu pergerakan idiot sih. Tidak seharusnya pro player lewat sini bro. Lawan orang hero pick off.
Here comes the revitalize. Soren throws him out.
He gets thrown out. Here he comes. Kazua though. Pagu's already gone. They get the kick. Lunar on Zorn. But they're in trouble. Still waiting for time. RWM comes down. Smooth gets a double.
Here comes the smooth pick, the glue. Trex actually mentioned this a while ago, that in terms of picking this glue, ideally, it's going to disrupt the rotation of S2G, trying to be a thorn in the neck of the lineup, but in this case, he's actually picking up the kills. Assuming that Chibi was taken down, you thought that they weren't able to take this turtle away, but with the help of Smooth, along with Soren's two crucial ejectors, they were able to take the lead by taking down a turtle as well.
At least in that sense, Kazuya did get a kill. You know, at least he gets a little bit of gold in his pocket, but ultimately that was such a drawn-out objective take. And this is the power of the Jawhead. They go in.
Unstoppable Force plus the Ejector. They'll have their own glorious pathway to try and break down Pagu. Four members are ganging up. Here comes Kazue with the steel cables. But Pagu's the one first man down.
Lunar jumps in, gets the kick. Chibi's out of the picture.
A good
setup once again in the mid lane. They got to disengage. Lunar could be in trouble now. Taking a couple of shots. They set up with the RWM. And now Sugi Boom might actually be trying to get the shot out, but it looks like they're just going to back off.
Luckily, Lunar was able to escape that thanks to Begin's real-world manipulation. That was the signal for Team Vamos to let's not overextend. Let's learn from our mistakes the previous games. If we have the lead, we have to hold on to it. We can't give S2G Esports an opportunity to turn things around, because right now their aggression of Team Vamos is actually calculated. It's not over-diving, over-committing. This time, it's all about discipline, and Kazue goes in with the steel cables, but the cutthroat might actually be able to save this. But Kazue, with the fast hands, takes down the tankiest hero of Team Vamos.
That's what you call confidence here, Ingon. 3-0 now. got enough to go ahead and just visit a lane, get a kill, and get out. Especially when he's buffed up. You know, that's great for him. Also, you can see this. Causeway is going to pick up that War Axe. He's got that available. Nets and Siggy both have just relatively been pretty chill. You know, farming up in the lane. BOD now picked up here for Siggy Boom. The power spikes are going to come in. And look at that push also.
Kalau gue lihat di TikTok ya, rumornya tuh
they might try to set things up here on the top.
Albert kan udah fix. Terus dia datengin mid sama Romer.
There's the kick
Tapi lawan kayaknya, tapi katanya lawan
He's gonna get stopped in his tracks. They're in trouble.
Siggy Boom! And they take down Lunar and Kazooie, but Siggy Boom picks up a kill of his own, trying to bring down Chibi, and a shutdown there coming in from Smooth. That was a quick response once again from Team Vamos.
Still in the mid lane, focusing down the turret. Pagu is going to try to do much here alongside the help. They hold on to the mid lane turret, but they will lose that buff. And now the fact that the turtle's up,
tidak mau mengecewakan Albert.
Make their way and notice. You know, all this action earning on has led us to essentially an even game. You know, nothing too crazy in terms of economy building up. But what you do have to pay attention to is how many turrets start to fall at this point. You know, S2G did get that bottom one down, and it looks like they might be trying to get some more here. Right now, the focus objectively is the turtle. If they can secure it. Lunar's been doing so much work, man, to get the setups with the kick.
Tidak mau mengecewakan Hengki yang sudah rela masuk Alter Ego, bro.
For the most part, just goes in with the unstoppable force and just tosses someone in the air. Whereas Lunar's got to be a little more finesse with it as they approach this turtle here.
Okay, here comes the clash. Glorious Pathway is there, but Chibi gets the turtle. Will they go for it? Sword, look at the unstoppable force, but Kazooie manages to turn things around and use the cutthroat and steel cables to bring down Raja emote, but Team Vamos will secure that turtle.
That feels bad, you know? I mean, when you lock in with that ultimate from the Jawhead, that unstoppable force, you can't help it, but you're going to travel with them. It's still going to be used. Lunar, I'm not sure if he's going to find anything here. Warlord's pretty much safe at this point. And they back off. You know, that's one of the prices you pay for picking the Jawhead, but nonetheless, Zorn's been doing work, like I mentioned, alongside the opposite roamer here in Lunar. And as they approach this point of the game, obviously those pickoffs are going to pay a part, but essentially this is where we start to see that shift also for the gold laners to start to shine. You can already see it too. Both gold laners having a kill for themselves. You saw the Malefic Gun also being picked up by Siggy Boom recently. And so the damage profiles are going to be there for those gold laners. He's still working, I believe, on his third item. He's got Golden Staff and Corrosive Scythe. So he's pretty much nearly there. He's going to be in a good position to go ahead and fight this Lord when it does come up. They still have some time, you know, less than a minute to build up to here. Be great for either team, too, if they can actually focus down.
The throw onto Begin gets deleted in the mid lane.
Wow.
Surrounded by 5 members of Team Vamos, and they made quick work of that mid lane turret.
As I was about to say, if they could get one of the mid turrets down, that'd be great. And it's Team Vamos that does it off the play from Zorn. So now buff's going to be secured. Still finding some time for themselves. S2G, though, taking a look quickly at the items before we get to that next big fight. You can see it, Glowing Wand already locked in here for Eve for Begin, and then building into it. You know, you're not too tanky yet for Pagu. He doesn't have a completed item. He's kind of going, you know, that mixed up build, chop suey build, if you will. Eventually getting to the point where he will have those items, but he's mostly relying on the fact that you just kind of go in, tank things up, drop down, and revitalize in Glorious Pathway. And so far, building into it, we've seen a lot of the times where Warlord takes that Glorious Pathway alone. So you have this interesting fight for both teams on how they can utilize cutting people off or slowing people down. And this is what I was talking about, the pressure on the buffs. It's going to start
Okay, coming in from Lunar, but the real manipulation, they have their Glorious Pathway of their own swords. His first man down, but Jimmy goes in with a weaky shadow, he's going to take down one more. And Smooth with a split to bring down a Pagu. Team Vamos once again, they're controlled and calculated. Progression back as Zoe goes in. Steel cables might not be enough to give him flickers in, but targets the wrong man. They tried to take down Smooth. And Team Vamos, that was an unfortunate event for Siggy Boom. Locks onto Smooth instead of Chibi. Oh no, it's not looking good for the Turkish Kings.
A big mistake from Siggy Boom himself. Goes in, flickers in, and gets punished, and now all of that might result in a Lord unless something can be done. S2G, they want to get in position for it. Slowly but surely going to approach the fight.
Okay, Pagu. Just casting a glorious pathway to make sure Team Vamos doesn't continue with the regression. There was an attempt to go for that Lord for Kazooie, but the thing is, S2G, they don't want to risk anymore. Again, they have a lot of outer turrets still. In terms of clear wave potential, they still have Sigiboom with the Baytrix that could easily burst down the first Lord right away. So S2G Esports, they still have an opportunity here to not let Team Vamos maximize the first Lord.
This is
why
why
safely do so.
This is why, man, like the Valentina is always a good pick. It's always like a priority too, not only for the fact that you take ultimates, but the Terrify mechanic could actually be pretty devastating in certain situations, you know? So now they play around this Lord, marching in the mid lane, a Warlord still holding on to a glorious pathway. They do deal with it, but they're trying to keep this buff together. This might break out of the fight if they're not careful. Smooth, popping the split. Net's cutting that wave there on the bottom side, wants to push into that tier 2, and Zorn just around the corner, not wanting to toss up Pagu, of course. Ice Queen Wand now pick up for Big and 2. That's going to be helpful for them when they set things up with the real world manipulation. But right now, they kind of just have to hold on the best they can, buckle up. Lunar getting a check, they're going to go in.
Oh, glorious pathway plus the real world manipulation. But Team Vamos, 5 members are still here. Kazooie, though, tried to go for Nets, but the problem is Nets was surrounded by a lot of members from Team Vamos, and Kazooie trying to look for a proper angle and catch Team Vamos off guard.
This is, it looks like they want to fight. It looks like Lunar's like, guys, I'm going to go in for a kick. We know the conceal's gone. We know there's no unstoppable force.
They commit. Sigimon bursting down smooth. There's one member down for Team Vamos. And that
bro main. Oh, like memek. Olah dari sononya ya.
was a well worth it trade for S2.
Ada suaranya sekarang anjing. Ntar gua samain ya.
Advantage for S2G to go ahead and push on these sides of the map. Even the mid turret, it looks like they're gonna go for a Warlord.
Oh, they're gonna try and push, pushing out Warlord's glorious pathway. Kazooie onto the.
Elah suaranya. Elah wifi nyolong, tolol nih cok.
We're able to take down a mid lane turret, but that might not be worth it for Team Vamos right now. Because just look at the aggression, just look at the push, just look at the throw!
They're gonna have to get away. Kazooie has a couple spin wheels on him. He's burning, but he'll get back to base. And they hold on the best they can in the defense. Still 2 members down. They'll come up. He's gonna lose his purple buff. Whew, Team Vamos, man, they don't want to let up here.
Discipline, again for Team Vamos, calculated place, and at the same time, I don't recall when was the last time Kazooie had his purple buff. Because 10 minutes in, 9 minutes in, Team Vamos was already able to take down a mid lane turret. That's why they were able to camp out.
Nice.
A kick from Lunar!
Again, a kick, Chibi, the target, the perfect one.
Masih bisa main ini mah.
S2G is able to find, and now, is this the chance? Is this the opportunity for the Lord to be open here? Lunar still checking things out. Zorn, though.
Okay, Pagu just trying to soak up the damage to Glorious Pathway. Kazooie goes in, cutthroats onto Nets, but Nets with the tenacity, able to sustain Smooth, going for the backline with a split. Manages to get onto the Siggy Boom, and Nets just trying to do the free hit, though. Surrounded by 4 members of S2G. Here comes the counterattack from Team Vamos!
They get the flicker out. Kazooie is back, but Nets will pick up the killing spree. And they pushed in the wave a little bit longer. Kazooie will try to keep it at bay, but now, Lord, it's going to be started up by Team Vamos. The back and forth between both teams so far, Ringon, has been intense, just as much as the series has. But that'll be an objective secured. Zorn trying to stop Kazooie, toss him up with the injector, and here he comes. Chibi to pick up the kill.
Oh, purple buff attempt for Kazooie, resulted to a Team Vamos Lord takedown, plus a kill onto him as well as Team Vamos on the push. They have minions onto the top and onto the middle lane.
They're gonna march in. Top turret going down, mid as well. Lord will make its way here as they get all base turrets down. Getting ready for the end here. Team Vamos in position, full forced and ready to go. You have Warlord with the glorious pathway. Kazooie almost up. They're going to try to delay this as long as they can. And here's the response.
Here comes the injector plus a glorious pathway. Kazooie doing his best to try and defend, but Team Vamos focusing on the crystal. They have the real manipulation. A kill onto Pagu, a kill onto Lunar. Team Vamos locks on the crystal, and they will take game 1 away from the Turkish Kings.
Ini jangan
Team
padahal.
Vamos, the back.
Ini jago padahal bro. Ya gitu. Udah. Kayak kadang lu punya cowok kagak mau ini, kagak mau. Kayaknya kayak ragu-ragu gitu Jing kadang. GF bro, dia juga GF. Kita kalah. Taman setting. Nah. Harinya bisa kaya gitu. Net sini dari PH ya? Beli boneka softtek di mana lu? Boneka ini mainan cok. Di TikTok ada lewat, gue beli, iseng aja beli 20.000 satunya. Tolol. Ya anjing gue asal beli aja gue. Beli mainan lewat, gue beli aja. Lumayan jadi gantungan ini, gantungan tas. Jadi gantungan tas babi. Makin lama dikit-dikit beli lah elah mainan babi. Buat gantungan tas, ganti-ganti ntar gantungan tas. Buat gantungan tas babi. Apa bicok warlord? Damn. Di EVOS tidak begini bro. Di EVOS tidak begini. Udah nggak beres. Tolong. Aja. Iya, Patricknya flicker apa itu bro? Yes. Gue berak dulu ya. Berak, bentar berak. Apa kesini banget ya? Rolling in the deep is full and inside my bone. For you, king, for you. Something that I said. No. Something that then I show you and wanna watch so beautiful. I see you in the club. Nobody need with you, yeah. I see you in the club. So I wanna be with you. So beautiful, so beautiful. You're so beautiful, so beautiful. You're so beautiful, I don't want you. That's all I try to embrace.
Lah, 40, Cok. Anjir. Dia kepala langsung, Cok.
We are strong because we are together. Don't forget that.
I see you in the club.
Bang, tolong aku, kenapa lagi lu jujur?
Akan. Itu soal gue lompat. Akan lagi.
Nah, Cok itu.
I wanna be with you, yeah. I see you in the club. I wanna be with you. So beautiful, so beautiful, so beautiful. You're so beautiful, so beautiful. I want you. Don't have time to praise. I don't wanna, to breathe. Oh, I don't wanna see you, bruh. And I wanna say you're right. I wanna not say you're right. And then I don't wanna see you now. I wanna not say you're right. In the club, gonna tell you I wanna be with you. Yeah. So now I wanna you. You're so beautiful, so beautiful. You. Lah, suaranya belum ya?
Yet.
But we're probably not expecting him to get anything soon. So do they go for the Nets hero this time, or do they want to hide it again later on? Because I mean, earlier, even though it was reserved for the last or the second phase,
Hayabusa,
they were able to still get his comfort. So yeah, they just hide it.
I mean, the Joe is not there anymore unless S2G wants to pick up the Jawhead. Right? So right now, the Hayabusa is a little bit more freer this time.
And I think there's a big chance that Vamos could take the Jawhead once again if S2G doesn't ban it out or take it themselves. Because once again, if this Hylos ends up in the mid, it does well against it. It can just throw it away. And now same thing with the Suyo. S2G does wrap up their first half of the draft with this Jushin. So just overall, I mean, this is game number one. We saw S2G get a lot of meta picks. Vamos sticks with comfort. They win. Once again, S2G getting some picks that a lot of teams are going after. Can they execute it though?
Oh, my only worry is how would Vamos play the mid duo again this time if they are up against the Jushin and potentially a Hylos, which can be really aggressive in the laning as well for the early stage at least. And you have a Valentina, which isn't that high in terms of range, but at least you have a Hayabusa. But it'll be kind of tricky to find the Jushin, especially if she's always surrounded by those other front lines here for S2G.
Helkert.
What if? I don't like it.
What if?
I don't think it's it. Maybe we'll see. It hasn't been working for them, so I don't know. I would have BDSD if I was them picking it up. But I do think the Valentina, you can still dash. You still have some abilities to get out of the lantern distance and everything. You still have good wave clear. So I'm not against it, and I think as long as they get something that can move as well, Matilda also still Matilda is still open.
Always forget.
S2G is first pick, so I mean, we'll see how it turns out.
Yeah, but again, like honestly, maybe they do have a world where they just pick up the jawhead again, the jawhead and carry. Because again, this is all about comfort for Vamos. I can see a carry coming up again because the high loss has been shown. Earlier, the Jushin might be a little bit annoying for the carry to deal with, but once the carry gets the malefic gun, it's probably not that big of an issue anymore.
And now we're just waiting for Vamos and their potential last bans, respectively TLID. Also thinking of like if ever they want to pick it up for themselves.
Obvious.
Since we're yet to see Net's hero, we'd also probably want additional mobility for him. And since they only have the Valentina so far for magic damage, they might want to consider that.
But because the TLID and Phobius has banned, this does make it feel like the Gato is going EXP.
I mean,
it's Vom. I think they could still. I think most likely Gatat's EXP. I think they want something
as long as it's not mid,
with a bit more crowd control on.
I mean, there's the Valentina, so it's
on zone. Hopefully, S2G I think is gonna save gold lane for last pick here. Maybe get some counterplay in. Maybe get something. Have a little bit more ability of what kind of roam or EXP Vamos will have. Seeing as Vamos is pretty flexible still right now with the Gatot. Might just be the better pick. S2G does lock it. They go for the so I don't know. It's a little risky for me showing that this early.
No, I was thinking of Moskov as well, but I was also thinking it was the last pick. But yeah, showing the Moskov early here, probably just saying there's no way they're not picking anything other than a carry. And carry as well as Moskov relatively have about the same range, so no one really has a big advantage there. It's just about who is more aggressive on those trades.
Yeah, so is he really just going to go for the carry instead and stick with the comforts here for Vamos?
Stick with the jawhead?
Their lineup feels really similar to like their first game. It's just except we don't see the glue. It's a Gatot Kacha, but they can kind of like they have a lot of similarities in terms of how you.
I mean, if it's not broken, why fix it?
Yeah, it is.
Very true, and I think they have. I mean, they still gives them everything they want. They still have a box that can sit around and carry.
Okay,
so
this is one of Smooth's specialty, by the way.
Good specialty or bad specialty?
As in first phase ban specialty.
Okay,
so that's good.
So, but it's aggressive, right? I mean,
it is
it gonna go hybrid? It's just, it feels like it might not give the box that carry needs, right? That's my worry. It might not give the protection that carry needs in mid game.
But there's a lot of threats here.
Yeah.
The only, like, Gato Gacha is kind of a threat, but at the same time, compared to everyone else here, it's a threat. So how does S2G respond? The Hylos can still go either way. It can go EXP, it can go in the roam position. Now, S2G, they have 15 seconds to make a choice.
What else is there? There's what?
Edith?
CC, Edith. You'd have to be really careful for the eye for an eye, just in case you're S2G. So they go for the CC. So at least they have some sort of access as well to the backline, similar to what we're probably expecting from. Okay, I thought it was Warlord.
And they can keep up with the rotations of the Benedetta. You have a pretty fast-moving hero. You have someone that can kite around and at least mechanically deal with the Benedetta.
This is a risk, but this is one of Lord Smooth's best heroes. Thank you very much, Lord Panas. Now we're throwing it over to Ingan as well as Naisu.
A signature hero for Smooth, bringing it at the game that is match point now for Team Vamos. We'll see if they can make it happen with this one, or if S2G can bring us to a game number 3. That's what we'd love to see, of course, going the distance, 3 games. We get a glimpse of the lineups here by both teams. Once again, everything on the line. It's not over just yet as we load up into the land of Dawn to battle it out. Once again, S2G Esports wanting to go forward. Team Vamos as well sees it on the glimpse as we load up in the land of Dawn. Game 2 here. Can Team Vamos do it and bring it all together?
Looking at the lineup, I like it. When push comes to shove, you know you have to boil down to the basics. You have to go down back to your comfort. And with Smooth's signature Benedetta, you know Team Vamos can go with their usual rotations of being aggressive, being fast with their rotations. Especially since this is Smooth. Okay, but speaking of early rotations, Lunar pops his vengeance. Wait.
Don't tell him. He doesn't want to fight that, does he? He got the vengeance out. Smooth, though, again. If you've been watching Team Vamos leading into M6, like LaFell mentioned, this is one of his signature heroes. Loves to play it. And the damage one, yeah, that's to be the fact. Oh, no.
Go. Chibi, plus the the petrify, as you were saying, and the damage one. It was a smooth play, trusting Chibi that he'll be there right on time for the petrify and eventually the burst onto Lunar.
Oh, that's such a big early play already in the hands of Smooth for Team Vamos. You know, in that lane alone, getting that little bit of advantage against Lunar is going to be playing a big part of things here. Now, part of this too is the fact that, yes, you know, this time around you've got Pagu rolling around in the high-lows. They're going to have to match some of that momentum that was already started this early on. We take a quick glimpse. So, hold on, Lunar in trouble again? Whoa! My goodness, they're not joking around here.
Not joking around. They know that their power spike may be on the top lane. Smooth right now is their win condition in the early game, and Chibi knows that. That's why they keep rotating onto the top, not giving Lunar a really good time. And when it comes to objective, especially the first two turtles, the XP laner needs to be aggressive, needs to be active. And with a 0-2 start from Lunar, it's going to be hard for S2G.
This is massive already. They're going to fight for the turtle. It's going to get broken down. Easy turtle. I mean, this just seems like it's getting to a point now where S2G is forced to go fight for these objectives and even things out.
For Team Vamos, they didn't look for a trade instead. So right now, they're playing at their pace. They know that it's okay to trade the first turtle because they have a slight advantage, but Smooth might get caught here by 4 members. An eye for an eye might be able to save him out. One more hit and starts the comeback of S2G, and a Wiggy shadow kill to Chibi, but Team Vamos answers right back.
Like we've seen already in game 1, this is the story for both teams, just duking out all across the map. You know, Smooth goes in, and he was feeling pretty confident after those first portion of the game, but this is actually enough now for Lunar to get a little bit, you know, of the resources that he needs, get caught up. He got a little bit of extra gold, of course, there too. And as long as Lunar adjusts from this and doesn't keep getting punished on the top side in that XP lane, then he can go ahead and make the grounds that he needs to make, because early game, he struggled already off the bat. Might have to rely a little bit on Causeway to go ahead and help him out, but for the most part, you slow it down, you bring it back in your favor. Lunar, though, look at this.
Going 1v1, Yo-Yo Blitz coming in from Lunar, so Smooth has to walk away. But again, same strategy. Smooth doesn't have his Petrify. Will they commit though? Like the final blow, but Lunar has the Vengeance. Chibi goes in. Will he commit the Wiggy Shadow Kill? Just waiting for the Vengeance to pop up, and here comes the Wiggy Shadow Kill. Chibi takes down Lunar once again. A 0-3 start for Lunar. Not looking good for S2G.
Yeah, just as I said it too, you know, that's not where you want to be in that situation. You just grab some equalization and then they fall behind. Oh, Pagu, he's going to have to pop the glorious pathway defensively. So they hold it together, but this is all part of the plan for Team Vamos. Oh no.
Warlord has his own glorious pathway, forcing Beacon to use the Crimson Beacon out. And now Team Vamos, first turtle. They traded for the turtle instead. They didn't contest, and this time it looks like after Chibi gets his orange buff. But S2G knows this, that's why they're trying to push down the second turtle.
They're going to go for it, actually. Already Smooth, trying to delay them a little bit longer. There's the jump on in. Warlord gets the turtle, and now Zorn on the run. The rest of the team's going to join.
Wiggy Shadow Kill on to begin again, but there's a Revitalize though. Warlord just trying to keep them at bay. Will they go for it once again? Smooth waiting for the perfect opportunity to cast out like the final blow. He doesn't. He has the Purify though. And now Team Vamos, when you thought that they were just gonna trade out the turtle because Chibi was going for the orange buff, Warlord says, I got this, Chibi. Don't worry about it.
He's got it locked in, and that's what they needed. Getting one of the objectives at least, you know, 1-for-1 for the turtles on both sides. Smooth gonna go ahead and cut this wave in. He did get the Blade of Hepsi, so he might actually look for a 1v1 again against Lunar if he decides to go for it. Looks like he's gonna pop the Electro Final Blow. Vengeance also gets away enough, but here just visits up top and gets another kill.
It's like the same play over and over again 3 times. The concept is Smooth is gonna go for it and try to go for the 1v1 up against Lunar, force out the Vengeance, then when the Vengeance is all used up, Chibi goes in with a Wiggy Shadow Kill. 4-0-1 for this Chibi, and this is beneficial. Yeah, because Chibi has a Sky Piercer, so now he has 40 stacks, and Team Vamos looking good with a 2k gold lead.
All part of it. Pagu once again trying to be that front line, of course, for S2G. Scout things out. They know that because of what's happened to Lunar, Lunar is essentially just shut down, man. Like, he's not in a position where he's going to be having a good time at all. And even if he jumps into the fights later on towards these objectives, then he's probably going to get melted down. That's the situation for Lunar. Later on, when he gets some of the items and catches back up, then maybe, you know, we've seen this before with the CC where they can turn the fights around. But right now, he's kind of forced just to sit there, clear out those waves topside. And this turtle, though, you can already see Team Vamos getting in position. They know that S2G isn't really in a fighting position to go toe-to-toe. So as long as they have the numbers advantage and they just blitz this turtle, they should be fine, be able to secure it. Warlord still holding on to the Glorious Pathway. Turtle's going to be work done, and they're not going to get there in time. As GB will secure the last turtle of the game. Uh-oh.
Oh, that was close. Two Glorious Pathway colliding onto the bottom lane, forcing out Sigibum and Pago, and this is the sword we all know. Raja emote with the signature recalls. And right now for S2G, ideally, you saw that Team Vamos keeps rotating on the XP lane.
Yeah.
As much as possible, you want to see Kazue begin and Pago 3 mid rotation to at least control the mid lane or go for a cross map play onto the bottom lane. But we haven't seen any rotation coming in from S2G so far.
Kazue gonna be on the run. Smooth though, gonna work for it. Kazue's gonna be fine, but you can already see the glimpse. Look at the glimpse of the XP lane difference. This is what I was talking about, Lunar. So they're gonna have to try to catch up. Tier 2 turn to the bottom lane, gonna be work done, and now S2G trying to hold on.
Okay, here's the Glorious Pathway. They're gonna stun Warlord though, but here comes GB though. He can't go for the backline. Sword just trying to keep them at bay right now as Nets continuing the speedy light wheel, and look at the damage coming in from Nets. That was almost close. Here's that backline!
It goes on in! And hey, they find
Mainnya
multiple
udah gak
things
jelas
out in mid lane. I'm surprised Warlord was just walking around, scooting around at that much health.
The thing is, the Spear of Destruction didn't even connect. It was Kazue delivering the final blow, but a quick response for Team Vamos. And now Smooth doing a lot of things right now, trying to get the orange
ayahnya tuh dari tadi kayak makan samping kan. Nah, makan sampingnya tuh kayak dicicilin terus kayak ini Arat datang lu mati gitu doang cowok.
They're gonna have to stall out here. That's what S2G also needs to do.
3 kali makan cici, sekali makan
but surely slipping out of the hands, going towards Team Vamos here, which really was on the, you know, the blades, the shoulders.
Tinggal disuap, ya disuapin dari tadi kayaknya.
And now the rest of the team is really profiting from this. Despite Warlord going down there, you know, in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't mean too much because S2G still has a lot of ground to cover. You can already see the difference here. And every single lane, pretty much just the mid lane there, relatively even in the roam. But now the Lord for the taking, and notice where Smooth is. The rest of the team gonna go ahead and keep S2G kind of zoned out from this. I'm not sure if there's even an angle. Looks like we're gonna take a little breather here while we take this time to adjust things for the players. Of course, before this Lord gets taken up, looks like it might be over here for S2G, but that's the thing, man. I mean, looking at this, the Lord already, they're not in a position here, they're not in a position really to contest it. I don't think they will. It looked like, you know, with it already being less than half health, it's just going to be secured here by Team Vamos, and then it'll be up to the situation for S2G to go ahead and defend. And if we look at that lineup that they have, do you think this is enough? Like, Lunar, like I said, Lunar, he's not, like, all he has is a War Axe? He's got level 2 boots, of course, but he's got War Axe. That's about it, for the most part. And so, even if he throws his body into this fight from Team Vamos when eventually that Lord is secured, once that vengeance is down, like, he's gonna get blown up. You know, he's gonna have a hard time, and the rest of the team is also just gonna rely on Pago to be that front line for them, but he doesn't even have his first item complete.
And that's the thing, S2G really needs to extend this game to eventually have a macro advantage, especially since they have the Moscow. But just looking at the grand scheme of things, we really had to commend Smooth. I mean, game 1 performance, the panel even mentioned it, they really commended Smooth with the glue, giving them an early lead. And this is the same thing that what happened during game number 1. Smooth's play, this is not even macro, micro plays up against a Lunar, going for the lead, up against Lunar with the CC, going with the lethal ignition plus the petrify. Wants to dominate the early game, and with the help of Chibi was activated early on. The Sky Piercer really is back for the buck right now for Chibi. 550 stacks already with the Sky Piercer. So at this point, S2G, they're playing reactive because we haven't seen any much big rotations coming in from their lineup, especially since Vamos literally repeated 3 rotations on the XP lane consecutively.
I guess that's why, you know, even with LaFell mentioning on the panel, like, it's a signature hero for Smooth, and Smooth obviously, you know, he knows those limits, but it's not so much for him to get those kills, but it just worked out perfectly for him to be like, hey, Chibi, come on up, you know, get your kills, get your stacks eventually when he had the Sky Piercer too for Chibi. And it's just relatively done wonders for them because even so, Nets hasn't had to do anything. Like, Nets is 0-0-0 right now. He's been just stacked up, having that gold lane experience. He's almost on his 3rd item. He's got Crow Scythe and the golden staff. And he's essentially locked and loaded and ready to fight this fight. So we're jumping back into the game. So it looked like too. Alright, the Lord reset a little bit there. Back to it. Nets is going to go ahead and start it up. Pagu trying to get the information. Of course, Sigeboom up on top side. Can join the fight, but they break out. Zorn!
Oh, Zorn pops to revitalize AOG defensively, but here comes Chibi. Pagu forces the Glossious Fire. Look at Chibi with a weaky shadow kill. He's not going to take down anyone just yet, but might be enough to keep S2G at bay. And Team Vamos going to try and play this patiently. They're not going to force out anything. All the while, Sigeboom just working on for the cross-map play, trying to take down the top lane turret.
Great push from Sigeboom to go ahead and push that turret down. Got word that, hey, we don't need you. You can keep pushing. We got to get some control around the map. And also, that was great revitalize from Pagu to go ahead and keep his team topped up in health because of what Chibi tried to do there. Again, he is pretty stacked on this Hayabusa. They're going to go for a fight, Zorn.
Okay, plus the curtain call and the glorious pathway to break down Zorn.
They're in trouble. Chibi will be able to get a kill and make it a double 3 fall for S2G. Sigeboom and Begin try to hold it together now. Smooth just around the corner. The rest of the team going to start up the Lord. And look at Warlord. He's got information. He's going to back off, but this ultimately results in the Team Vamos. Good try from Sigeboom trying to take that Lord, but Team Vamos will secure the Lord.
This is where you see the immense goal difference of Team Vamos. 4 ultimates just to take down Soren. The curtain call was used, the glorious pathway as well. They did, however, successfully take down Soren. But after that, Team Vamos was comfortable enough to go and dive in back because they know that S2G used up a lot of resources. Able to take down 3, able to take down the Lord away safely. Even with the attempt of Spear of Destruction, Team Vamos, it looks like from minute number 1, from second number 1, they're in control of this game. And again, we might not even reach the end game where we see a lot of Moscow players really shine because Team Vamos, they're disciplined enough, but at the same time, not afraid to go for those dives because they know that they have an immense lead.
They might try to make it work despite the deficit they're up against. 7,000 now. As they watch the tier 2 turrets and the holy defenses being popped here in the base. Chibi's gonna jump in, takes a ton of damage. Kazooie will be able to get the kill.
A crucial stun there for Pagu, a bit of an overextension from Chibi. They did, however, pop all the holy shield from S2G. That wasn't such a crucial loss for Team Vamos because again, they're holding on to a 5.6k gold lead. But again, when it comes to the late game,
that's a lot of gold though.
That's a lot of gold, a lot of shutdown. And to top things off, Sky Piercer got affected from that kill from S2G.
I mean, the fact that Chibi went in for that, I don't think he was expecting to, of course, get stunned, stopped in his tracks, and then killed that quickly. Because that was enough to go ahead and stop that push with that Lord, of course. You know, yes, the shields went down, and maybe that was all they got, but they could have still played around with some of the pressure, you know? Unfortunately, because of that kill, Team Vamos now has to go ahead and just kind of recalibrate and wait for the next push in from the Lord take. But I would say that in a minute, if S2G is able to get something else from this, you can see the stacks there, of course, with the Sky Piercer. If they're able to extend this and maybe get another pickoff on the right targets especially, S2G might be able to crawl back slowly into this game. Pagu's going to take some damage. Smooth joining the fight on the off angle. He's got to be careful on how he approaches it, gets checked, because you can see here, man, they are starting to show some of those damage profiles from these heroes that S2G brought to the table. I mean, even Sigeboom, like he's got the Trinity, you know, so he is going to be able to do quite a bit of damage himself. Even now checking in on Lunar, he's at least got an extra item. He's got the antique harass at this point.
Yeah.
So he's a little bit more tanky. So now he can kind of weave in and weave out in some of these, physical damage types coming out from Team Vamos and just soak things up because that's his job at this point. As bad as his early game was, I would say now he's got some use. Like now that he's got a couple items and he can just pop the Vengeance and be a distraction or even go for it via backline if he can, then that might be enough here to change the tides a little bit for S2G Esports. Lord is up. They're going to keep Siggyboom still down, pushing him that tier 1 on the bottom side. They might make a choice to just let this go again and try to defend. They're going to go in range.
Oh, they might try to go in for the contest, but Warlord, though, managing to keep them at bay. A clean take for Team Vamos. While on the other hand, S2G resorting to the cross-map play once again, trying to take down a bottom lane turret. Forced to use the flicker.
He's running.
He's running because he knows Soren might be able to taunt him down. And Chibi's been following up with a lot of initiation started by the rest of the members of Team Vamos. So that's just making sure Siggyboom isn't taken down because he's really needed for this potential final Lord defense for S2G Esports.
Taking a look here once again before this defense. Both marksmen going to be crucial here. Smooth. Takes a little bit of damage. How's going to be fine. So still, I'm just waiting for them to go ahead and get that. Oh! As we missed it, I was wondering if it was going to happen.
That's why, because looking at Smooth's item build, it's all damage. He doesn't have to sustain. This might be an opening for S2G. Eventually, their bottom lane inhibitor turret is going to fall down. That's a second level Lord. But that's more than enough for S2G. That's more than what they wanted. And now they might be able to find an opening for another pickoff. And that's a strike contrast of the item builds of these two XP laners, but they want to go for it!
They're going to go for it! Chibi popping the Woogie Shadow Kill now, fighting it out, still going for it too. Vengeance already going to be popped. Oh! Down, and they're looking for more!
One more!
Rata bro!
Rata bro! Not enough! A full team wipeout for Team Vamos!
Nah, ada yang berani ngomong kingdom kayak anjing. Nggak ada bro, nggak ada yang berani.
Before Pagu is there! And it looks like Team Vamos lives long enough to finally become the heroes of Malaysia!
And S2G
Rata aja kena haya, iya tuh. Rata kena haya bro. Valen sih kena haya Valen.
As Turkey's hopes are left behind on the grand stage.
Gak ada yang motos bro. Gak ada yang motos jing. Asad Ahmad anjing. Bye Turki, pulang. Goreng cok Turki. Kang, obat kamu bagus pakai apa? Tai lu. Bebas dah nih M6 semanapun yang menang asal jangan RRQ aja. Betul, gue setuju Din. Gue masih megang Fnatic Onyx sih. Megang Onyx gue. Lagi bro, habis jing. Mulai hilang efek obatnya. Iya cok, udah mulai hilang anjing. Tol obat udah mulai hilang cok. Lu tidur bentar kali ya? Tidur bentar tiduran nih. Rata. Rata. MEMBERSIP. Rata. Tidur aja, ntar kalau ketiduran ayah bangunin, masukin apa goblok? Kenapa tolol? Blok. Kontol nggak jelas sendiri. Klip bawang tolol sekali si anjing. Kajian terakhir nanti malam baca-bacanya cok. Mager anjing. Malam bro baca-bacainnya. Tolol nggak jelas. Yang bangunin mas apa anjing? Masih babi. Tolol. Tolol Force anjing. Terus sekarang udah bisa bilang gua teman Mas Ade. Terus sekarang udah bisa bilang gue temennya Mas Ade. Kenapa tuh? Kenapa Din? Dapat musuh bodoh. Musuh juga orang-orangan idiot anjing. Orang-orangan idiot TikTok. Comment for TikTok, M for Mujib. Oh babi. Mujib apa anjing? Lu siapa sok asik anjing? Sorry ya bang. Maaf ya bang, aku sok asik. Maaf ya bang, aku sok asik. Ada yang bilang lu di Twitter kalau lu teman Mas Ade. nanti malam lah bahas dah anjing, gue udah capek banget. Gue bukan capek sih, kayak anjing. Gue harus berapa? Gue harus ini lagi nih. Capek jing, sumpah. Sorry bang, streamer gede kontol, tau gak? Kontol nih, peler, makan peler anjing. Masukin mulut lu anjing, peler. Top. Terus sih Mas Ade lebih kenal Junjun daripada lu. Nanti malam kasih goreng-gorengnya bro, sumpah bro. Biarkan kelucuan yang ada di TikTok itu simpan dulu dalam-dalam bro. Nanti kita keluarkan satu-satu, oke? Gue udah capek banget nih ketawa nih dari pagi, tanya noting cok. Dari subuh gue dari pagi udah ketawa-tawa gue. Sabar gak sih? Sabar. Matthew streamer gede, iya Matthew juga streamer gede. 2 klip 12.000. Oh ya Jun, mulai ketawa. Ah lu kemana Udin makanya? Habis mulai banyak ketawa jing.
Senang dulu gak sih anjir?
Matthew anjing nih Matthew cok.
Anjir.
Ya habis mulainya kagak. Mulainya mah kagak, emang anak idiot lu semua pada main mulai anjing.
Kenapa cok? Kamu keluar gitu.
Gue main solo aja membantai cok, sumpah. Kali main sama kalian kagak membantai cok, susah banget jing. Ngerti gua. Nih anjing. Oh, gue solo loh tadi nih. Jam 11. Jam 11 sampai jam 10 tuh. Solo anjing.
Udah masuk kanan.
Solo musuhnya poke, tai tuh poke.
Wah, mabed Alvaro.
Gue ada Mia, ada Yudora, no.
Di bawah ini. Bawah tangga. Ada met.
Bang, apa kontol gue Pak.
Loh, gini tuh. Ajar ya.
Sipik pasti sama Jun.
Wah, 10 doang cok jetnya.
Nah itu poke roranya. Lah roranya gue makanin mulu kocak. Kayak suyo, gampang anjing. Makanya coklat. Ya, efek kopinya sudah mulai berasa bro. Hilang jing.
Revealing area. Itu siapa lagi main Odin cok pagi?
Nah, iya.
Kapan tempat embu tolol. Lihat HP tipis enggak padahal di tower. Hai. Malah emot. Ngantuk jing. Gue sudah mulai ada hawa-hawa ngantuk, bro. Kalau gue rebahan gue mungkin nggak ngantuk sih, rebahan. Kalau duduk iya anjing. Gimik kenapa gimik tolol. Agung jam 7 turu bangun pagi besok. Enggak lah, nggak mau lah. Gue nanti jam 11 live lagi. Jadi habis telit off dulu. Jam 11 live lagi. Rebahan nggak ngantuk tapi turu. Enggak sih. Nggak tahu kenapa gue kalau rebahan kagak bakal bisa tidur jing, sumpah. Jun bangun, tai. Lama jing, bangsat. Ini jam 3:30. Match nanti jam 4. Next match jam 4, bro. Ini mah sambil bikin mie juga belum kelar. Setengah jam lagi ini, jam 4 ini. Match Seragen ya, Seragen. Setengah 4 ini. Jam setengah 4, jam 4. Tadi kelora telit lah bos. Bambu tai. Bukan jambu jing. Catur dulu bang, backsound keramat. Tadi udah kena ini cok. Kayaknya tadi replay tadi hilang dah kayaknya dah. Banyak ini cok, banyak copyright. Gak gue papain soalnya. Kayaknya udah hilang dah. Nah, kita MC dah, MC yuk. Harus ini aja ya, jalin dah situ. Kalau MC nanti gue tiba-tiba ketiduran gimana? Tapi lebih mending ketiduran di kursi sih daripada ketiduran di ini di kasur. Kalau misalnya ketiduran di kasur ya, wah udah cok, kelar anjing. MC kangkung, nggak ada kangkung ini di sini. Ada sih kangkung, cuman nggak meta-meta banget. Mending tiduran apa nggak ketiduran? Mending ini buat apa dulu nih? Ini mending buat apa dulu nih?
Ambil mabar dia.
Wow. Buat apa aja? Gue sih mending ketiduran. Bro. Kalau misalnya lu nggak ketiduran, nanti lu bisa berbohong anjing ujung-ujungnya. Mending lu ketiduran anjing. Mending nggak ketiduran deh. Kok ada hal something cok. Tiba-tiba lu ketiduran, gak enak anjing. Mending lu gak ketiduran, sumpah. Ketiduran tuh bisa jadi pedang mata dua, cok. Ketiduran. Wow, 1 juta.
Progressing in martial arts is an endless journey.
Wow, 1 juta.
The abyss is home to me.
Ada grok. Oh, mau main kangkung ya nih, gue pengen nyoba main kangkung. Tapi tuh udah nggak se-OP itu cok kangkung. Udah nggak se-enak itu. Bang, mod kamu mana? Tumben hilang, nggak tahu. Lagi star syndrome kali.
Impressive fight.
Gue 2 kali main pakai link gak panggung Eswin. Aduh, link panggung. Aku nggak tahu sih link panggung kombonya pakai apa. Aku main WM, kalau enggak MM. WM apa WM? Wing Slayer kah? Wing Slayer WM? WM apa cok? Mati dong Nia gua. Ini gara-gara ini ya cok. Ada main link kurung cok, tai. Master, oh panggung hyper kaja PMS bro, tolol.
You've got a fluffy friend in me.
Anjing.
Need a helping hand? The guy's on the way. Progressing in martial arts is an endless journey.
Starting 6 menit. Tamat. Computer.
Need a helping hand? A guy's on the way.
Basicnya itu ya. Nah ini nying. Abi ah. Ora liquid udah kemana? Ora lah bos. Liquid kocak.
Progressing in martial arts is an endless journey.
Biar Ligit pulang aja, iya cok, biar Ligit pulang biar nggak star syndrome kata orang-orang. Kata orang-orang star syndrome. Saya mikirnya kayak epos. Star syndrome cok, kasihan dah orang-orang kayak nggak perform gitu jir. Mana ya?
Spirit animal.
I, Joy, am no longer astray.
Holy light will grant me
I'm
victory.
Joy. I'm Joy. Lu udah gede masih aja main kangkung, nyoba doang bangsat. Tuh lu lihat tuh kangkung udah nggak se-OP itu jing. Kalah nih gua. Tuh lihat.
impressive fight.
Mikir cok, pakai kangkung. Damage-nya cukup apa kagak tadi? Wah, gua butuh critical cok buat Mia gua. My Mia is back.
I am the chosen one.
Suaranya nggak naik lagi. Yali 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 yali. Yali 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 yali. Oh, itu yang ini aja ya, yang malu buat itu ya. Itu yang enak cok. Ya waktu itu di GH.
Holy light will grant me victory. Progressing in martial arts is an
Yali
endless
yali.
journey.
Ya, ini main kangkung 6 aja ya, udah nggak guna cok sekarang. Terlalu banyak komboannya. Ini udah mulai M6. Dia cepet juga, cok. Apa mereka rundownnya ini ya asap ya? Rundown pakai ini timeline enggak. Rundown asap. Azab. Yali 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 yali. Ada main lagi panggung nih babi. Yali 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 yali. Joy. Thank you. Waduh, banyakan nih, Bang.
Never look back if you have nothing to regret.
Yali yali. Gak jelas lu Haya, tolong. Ada fuck, bro. Seriously, bro? Nah pakai mulus yang keluar. Wah, gornya 2, bro. Baiklah. Ayo anjing. Anjing god bangsat. Makan tuh god anjing.
Joy am no longer astray.
Progressing in martial arts is an endless journey.
Powerful. Want to know my age?
Wih, Zilongnya mati gua. Sing lah. Buset, tamusnya bro. Cepet banget anjing. Tamus level 2 loh itu. WM 1, WM apa sih? WM apa sih? Jangan disingkat-singkat gak sih bangsat? Gua kagak tahu nih anjing. Open Master. Bukannya MM aja bro. Gue sih mending masukin MM ya.
Your true leader has returned to the
Nia.
Want to know my age?
My spears never miss.
Dari lifestyle. Tolol, guard gue mati anjing, goblok. Bila masih ada Moskov gue bersinar bro. Cibai titit. Sabar. Ya Moskov lah.
I live in the shadows.
I live in the shadows.
I never miss a beat.
Buset. Nggak sih Moskov gua? In the name of Moscow. Kontol mati Moskov gua anjing. Iya bisa apa gua lawan Tamus Gatot sama ini anjing. Pes. Udah mau mulai kah? Udah mau mulai, Cok.
Speed is essential in martial arts.
Mulai, bro. KBG.
Face off with KBG, Balexi, Tracy, LMU, Saksa, as well as Win Return. One of the players I'll be watching is Saksa because Saksa has played with Stormy before. So TNC reunion, a bit of SMG reunion, a lot of reunions here between KBG as well as SRG.
Yep, and I think for Keep Best Gaming, we sort of see like the intentions, who they really want to primarily play around, especially when it comes to the early. But I want to see like their fallbacks. Like if they don't succeed once, that doesn't mean, or that shouldn't mean the end for them. Like I want to see them try to work things out a little bit more, especially when it doesn't entirely work in their favor, just so that we know they really want to pursue and actually assert dominance when it comes to the fight.
And now we have to introduce the lineups coming in for Selangor Red Giants. Innocent, Humes, Stormy,
Slayer nih bos.
Guys, as well as Cram.
Yeah, shout out to Stormy's mom.
Shout out to Stormy's mom.
Were delicious. But no, you know, this is a team we haven't seen them change roster. They've been doing their thing. They were the undefeated Giants before MSC. And now it feels like that weight is getting a little bit too much. And what's going to be huge for them, I personally think, is getting back to just playing a solid game. But my eyes are going to be on Innocent and Cram. The offlaners have been so important in current meta. We've seen so many teams fold because their gold laners or their EXP laners just can't capitalize in the laning phase. So if they can enable, if the mid trio can enable those two offlaners to really pop off, it's going to be huge for the side of SRG.
I really feel like they can do it, but we heard the quote as well as the interview with Gorgeous where the Granger looks like is a bit of a problem where it's amazing everywhere else around the game. Ending the game does seem a bit of an issue. Like if you get a wipeout, then it's gonna be easy for the Granger to end the game. But you can't force an end, and that's kind of the most important thing about the game, right? You gotta end the game. So it's gonna be a question, are they gonna pick up the Granger again, or they just have a different kind of answer in case the Bruno gets picked up? But now we were able to talk to Stormy. How do you feel seeing Saksa here at M6? And he said, I'm happy for it. He has a long way. He has come a long way with KBG. Now we're going up against each other. So good luck to Saksa.
Yep. I actually like what you mentioned about whether or not we'll be seeing the Granger again, at least for SRG, because earlier, together with Michelle, Gorgeous, right? They were talking about what did you try to address prior to this match? Like, do you know already? Have you learned about your previous losses? And like Gorgeous was pretty much saying about how they just really want to focus on closing out the game. So if that's their intention heading into this match, I see a world where they might not be prioritizing the Granger just as much if they know that it's possibly one of the biggest weaknesses.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a possibility. I think a lot of it's going to come down to how
rebahan
KBG wants to play the gold lane. Do they get something like that Freya in there, right? Do they go for something crazy and it gives SRG some ability to counterplay? But as we've gotten farther, as we're getting down to some of these last teams, you know, we've seen the Bruno to be able to be countered. We've seen the Granger actually start to work in the right hands of some teams. And we've also seen that micro can sometimes be a bit more important than macro right now.
Yeah.
So it's maybe not about finishing the game with the Granger, it's about getting the full wipe. And I think some of the teams that have been so macro-orientated for the past year or two are now learning, okay, let's just group up, let's just attack, let's try to get this wipe before this Lord and finish the game.
We need to out-muscle them.
Yeah.
Time to show what we build in the gym. Yeah, flex it, Brigitte, flex it!
Okay, they can't see me now, but I am. But then, now we're finally about to find out what might be the answers here for both SRG and KBG. And actually, I like what you mentioned earlier, because we know SRG as a team who really specializes in terms of the micro. But like, we need to see a little bit more of macro from them as well, especially based on how they tend to really overextend and commit mistakes in terms of the late game.
One big difference here now, SRG has finally banned out that Bruno. So they banned out the Junjun, the Bruno, and KBG banning out the Lu Yi as well as the Fanny. So for KBG, really hitting, I would say respect bans here going up against SRG.
Well, you know what respect ban's not there? The one you've been whispering about, talking about. The Freya ban is not on the field just yet. Alpha ban from the side of KBG. SRG, would you ban the Suyo here? The Lu Yi hasn't been out as well for KBG, so the Yi's still open, Suyo's still open, Hylo's still on the field as well. SRG,
ya, Bruno sekarang wajib di-ban, bro.
Once again, want to look for some trades here. So, honestly, the Freya, you know, a throwaway ban wouldn't be horrible, because at least there's still 3 or 4 power picks on the field, and you win something out. But at this point with the Alpha ban, I think you do go for the Suyo ban, and you bring it down to more of the assassins, the Joys, things of that nature.
I'd be okay with seeing a Hayabusa as well. It performed pretty well earlier when we've seen it in the first series. It's been one of the comfort heroes as well for Saksha in the previous qualifiers, if you recall. But now ban focus instead. So yeah, definitely a lot of power picks still available here for KBG.
Yep, they pick up the Cho first, not letting that into the hand of Humes. We haven't seen the Matilda today, but Humes does enjoy using the Matilda quite a bit. However, without the Alpha here, it's going to be quite an interesting situation. By the way, the Hilda is still open. The Hilda is still open if SRG wants to pick that up.
Hilda Matilda right here, kind of clean. I mean, it would be a nice, aggressive, fast-moving comp immediately. Something that can at least counteract the Cho's quick movements. But Hilda, just about anything would look good right now.
Yeah, if a safer option, there's still the Hylos as well, but they get they sue you immediately. Together with the Hilda. At least now they know that they have the Hilda in their hands.
The Eve is open as well in case if KBG wants to pick it up, because if they don't pick up the Eve, it is going to be on SRG to pick it up. By the way, if we're looking at fighter tanks in the jungle, only Fredrin is really one open here. Bane here and there, but hasn't been having quite a good success. So if KBG doesn't pick up their jungler here, I'm thinking the Joy, but I don't know if they want to take that risk against a Hilda.
There goes the Joy. So
time to drop the beat of the flash.
All right, Joy pick comes in. I think the Eve is solid. You have the Cho, it works great with the Eve. It keeps people in a little bit longer. It can bring them back into it. You have control. So overall, just a nice pressure. They do go for the Hylos though, which again, solid. The only problem is now we have there's no flexibility left, right? The EX3 roam is already in.
Yep, and the problem with the Cho and the Joy right now is that they can disrupt so much of SRG's potential positioning. If they were to go for a hero who's very much reliant on that, if not disrupt, penetrate, and just really pour out all the damage towards those targets that they look for or look out for in the back line. So I'm thinking about if ever Stormy wants to go for a mid lane who's a little higher in terms of mobility. I was considering the Louis even earlier, but now that we're seeing this kind of lineup,
Eve or Matilda.
And Louis, Louis banned out, so no Louis. Okay. Now we get the Tig.
Make sure they get it now, and the Joy is going to have a big problem. Now I'm looking at the mid lane. A lot is open, but I'm also looking for a Moskov here for Innocent.
And, you know, taking a page out of Falcon's book from yesterday, Falcons rushed the Tig because they knew it was just going to be so helpful in those neutral objective fights. And this gives SRG an immediate answer, even though, once again, you now know this Hilda is a guaranteed EXP laner, but still, the advantage you get from this when it comes to first, second, some of the most important objectives of the game, those first turtles, it's going to be huge.
Can we say that both have the same opening here, grabbing Roam, EXP, and Jungler? Both teams are on the same page.
So you're self-banning at this point, you know?
It kind of reminds me of the Balearic and the immediate response to all those dive comps here. But yeah, they take out the Freya's. Still not gonna find its way to KBG, but I mean, we also still don't know what Innocent might be pulling off this time, and they don't decide to ban out the gold lane heroes just yet. Instead, they go for Stormy. So
Eve is still open, by the way.
Eve is still open. Eve.
And SRG gets first pick, so I mean, KBG has to ban that Eve out, because Tig, Eve, Hilda, that is, you have a lot of power when it comes to these objectives right there with the Tig and the Hilda already. You had a Eve, you had a RWM around a Turtle Pit, Lord Pit, and now it's a hard fight to take to try to out-retry somebody.
If they want more frontline, they can pick up a Vexana as well. The mid is wide open here, so it's going to be pretty difficult for KBG to ban out against them. They take out the Eve. That's still Aurora. There's still Vexana. And in terms of the goal lane, Moskov is okay. It looks like they banned the Moskov themselves.
They take out the Moskov, right?
Beatrix,
like
Nathan.
The Harriet.
Meja.
But then this is a composition who might not make it easy for you to use the Zaman Force. Like there's the Cho, there's the Joy. They're just constantly on the hunt for these targets. So KBG, will they just let whatever gold lane Innocent wants to play? Will they just let it pass here and just focus on Stormy? Because again, the Eve is still open, so they might want to bat that out.
Yeah, Fermi's also still open, could work okay with both comps, especially SRG if they want to go the sustainable route here. SRG on first pick. I think you save with so many gold laners being banned out at this point, I think once again, you save it for last pick here. Maybe you get some counterplay, like if KBG decides to go for something like a 1-1, you can counter with the Aerithel. If KBG decides to go for something that has an obvious answer, SRG will have that answer.
Yeah, if they really want to like go all out on the possible counter sets and that responses to the dives that will be done here by KBG, I think Aurora works well here. It's just that you might have to worry about your Pride of Ice being taken out every now and then by KBG. But Stormy's really good in terms of positioning, and they go for the Vexana instead. Still, at least they have additional front. So that's a lot of space created, whoever Innocent decides to pick up.
Look at the crowd control for SRG, man. Yeah, there's a lot of disruption here. The Joy won't have a good time.
Yeah.
And they still have an opportunity for a nice gold laner. I mean, it's SRG's looking scary right now. We're gonna see a lot, and the problem is KBG, a lot of their heroes don't have much purifiability. It's going to be all revitalizes, things of that nature. KBG still needing a gold and a mid. For their mid, do they go for something that also gives them for some CC answer, right? Yeah, like Aurora, something that can at least kind of counterplay on the crowd control answer.
If they want to go for a little bit more of late game, Sicilian's there too. But they go for the Feramis.
Ranger Feramis here without the Valentina. It's a one-sided all coming in from the Feramis.
Gimana review buruk gini, Jing? 3 bulan rusak mic-nya babi.
The Beatrix is not there to answer the call as well.
The problem with the Feramis here, though, is their composition is a very spread out. Everyone's in their own position. It's not a very ube stick-together composition. You have Cho, who's going to be looking for dives. You have Joy, who's going to be looking for dives. You have Granger, who's going to be, you know, dancing
Bang,
back
lu kontol. Iya, maaf ya, Bang Matthew. Maaf ya. Maaf ya, aku kontol. Aku so asik.
There's a big Eternal Guardian coming. There's a big implosion coming. You know, there's a big threat to if KBG decides to go for it. So a little bit dangerous.
Yeah, that Melissa, we mentioned it earlier. I mean,
it's not Melissa. It is going to be in a time which we have talked about as well. So now looking at both teams, honestly, both teams have a lot of utility from almost every single role except for the gold lane here.
Kamu so asik kontol.
So it's going to be a very interesting matchup here between SRG going up against KBG. Thank you very much to Trex as well as Brigida, but now we're calling it Ingan as well as Nice to cast this game.
Thank you very much, panel, for breaking it down, the draft there. It's game number 1 in the best of 3. We already know what's at stake. Again, second match for today. Very crucial. What is up, guys? I'm Nice-to, joined here on the desk with Ingan, and we're here ready to break it down. What do you think of the draft so far?
I do agree with Trex specifically with the way that the composition of KBG is going to revolve around the Feramis ult. But at the same time, these kinds of composition don't necessarily group up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Will they group up? Will they make it work? Again, facing the brink of elimination in this tournament for the M6 World Championship. Starting out in this best of 3. Will it be Keep Best Gaming? Or will it be SRG, this Lego Giants, to take the series and get one step closer to the knockouts? Now SRG, obviously the crowd here rooting for them, the home team, the champions. Time after time again, they were the tournament favorite leading into this. And man, talk about Keep Best Gaming. How many Titans have they had to face up to this point? RQ and TLID already, and now SRG.
Yeah, they won.
Hilda.
However, up against Maycam involved. Now it's time for KBG to prove that they can go head-to-head with one of the giants as well, SRG. Now, Wind Return. Forced to use his Revitalize plus the Ring of Punishment. But again, this is a Hilda. It's just going to go to the bush. Get those HPs back, get a shield for 5 to 10 seconds, and now he's back to clear out the minion waves.
And while we take a look there up top, don't forget, you guys can go ahead and grab your M6 pass right now too. Reach level 75 for free and grab all the goodies waiting for you guys. Make sure you max it out. I know I haven't, so we'll get to that. But we got to get through today, man, because it already started at a high note. You know, very, I would say, in my sense, surprising that our first series was a sweep. Now, Wind Return.
Oh, up against 2. Wanting to look for the first blood kill. It's going to go on the hands of Sekai's, but Saksha on the other hand. Answers right back with a kill of his own, taking down Sekai's.
That's actually pretty big here for KBG in terms of, you know, just jungler power early on. Even taking a look at this, rolling with a Temporal Rain here for Sox is going to be great. This is usually what we see, of course, from the Joys right now. Very common pick being picked up, especially against the Suyo in that sense. But I got to say, too, the fact that they have a Tigreal over here for SRG is going to work wonders. It has done really well, just statistically, being able to set things up. But then on top of it, you throw that you've got an extra body in the Eternal Guard on the field, but also a Hilda they have a lot of tools in favor of SRG, and I feel like that's the biggest obstacle that KBG has to overcome. And it's going to start up with his first turtle.
Okay, Eternal Guard pop right out by Stormy as KBG just trying to kite away the turtle. A kick coming in from Tracy onto the backline, but Grab on the other hand, here comes the NetherRealm Glorious Pathway, and Sakai's will secure the turtle. Here comes the counterattack coming in from KBG. They're going to take down Yumes. So a turtle for SRG, but a kill for KBG.
Yeah, a trade again. You know, the trade went in the hands of Soxa, so this more or less continues to build up, at least for him, the momentum that he can get on the Joy. But eventually, you know, the rest of the team's also got to keep things under control. Sakai's himself has been doing really well, you know, counter jungling when he can. He gets the information like this, of course, from Yumes, as Yumes tries to go ahead and protect that purple buff. But ultimately, they want to go ahead and put pressure around the map. One of the things that SRG loves to do is play to that style where they're, you know, putting pressure, they're playing a very aggressive. But at the same time, that aggression has been kind of a double-edged sword so far throughout M6. I mean, that's exactly why they're in the situation they are. They've kind of had to make some adjustments to their decision-making and to their discipline. And, you know, we heard that even earlier on in the first couple days of the Swiss from Coach Arcadia, where it was just like, you know, yeah, we lost discipline. We got to be able to keep things together, even if we're ahead. And that's been the case of a lot of teams here, Inga.
Yeah, considering the fact that they lost to S2G, they were in control towards the mid game, but S2G still hold on, was able to extend it to the late game, eventually wiped out SRG to take a win. Now this time they can't afford those kinds of mistakes because, again, their tournament favorites, Tracy, got penciled down with a Sacred Hammer.
Oh, Tracy's going to go down. Yumes able to escape. Soxa was going to hunt him down, but just backs off for now. So, again, Tracy gone, SRG picking up a kill. That's about all they're going to get as they get back into the lanes.
Yeah, and that's the thing that Trex was saying. You know that Tracy is going to look for those initiations, so realistically, he's going to be out of the vicinity of the NetherRealm.
Yeah.
So how can you save Tracy, your main initiator, if you can't reach him? And at the same time, heads up play for Yumes actually to use the Sacred Hammer to make sure the kick is not going to connect, but this time it does!
There's the kick, running the target. Yumes going to go in, dash in. Glorious Pathway already dropped down too. Still going to be bringing the fight. Tracy's going to be in trouble. Still 1 HP, tries to help him out. Cram couldn't get the kill.
But Soxa does bring down Karam, and KBG finally, that clash was in their favor. The turtle has not yet started. And this is the over-aggression that SRG is really known to commit mistakes on. Again, going back to their first game up against S2G, these were the times that their opponents capitalize on their over-aggression.
That's what they want to do here. Looks like it's going to just be ignored for now until they reset. They get to the turtle. Innocent does grab that tier 1. So first one of the game going down. And they'll play around some of the macro decision they have. Win return.
Again, Kram, too deep there. Connects the Way of the Dragon. Get bursted down by 4. But Selangora Giant still not starting the turtle. So another kill onto Kram. They did, however, trade for the top lane turret. And considering that Innocent has a mystery shop, he's gonna eventually reach his power spike early on if KBG doesn't manage to contain Innocent Nathan.
This is where you really have to capitalize on the fact that Soxa already has this kind of lead. You know, this many kills early on. And he should be able to be enough of a damage threat, you know, towards that back line of SRG. The hard part is, again, getting through Yumes and even this Eternal Guard to an extent. I think that's why Tracy is also, he's kind of facing this obstacle and really can't find that window that he's looking for. As that second turtle gets grabbed and secured by SRG, you can see where they're starting to focus. Good return, though, up top. That's a trade objectively. Turtle for the tier 1 up top. So they try to even things out. Nothing too crazy. They're just trying to clear out the lanes at this point and hold on to what they can in terms of turrets. Now the question for KBG is, how do they play around this portion? We've seen this so much, you know, Ingan, where teams trade for objectives, they trade even kills, but then how is that transition into that mid to late game for them? And can they adjust from there? Because they're looking to make a play down here on bot. But it's going to get spotted out.
Yeah. Was all ahead of the play that KBG was planning to make, and I do like what Kram has been doing. Although he's 0-2-2, he's just trying to go for the backline, forcing KBG to group up. Tracy, though, on the other end, got bursted down once again by Sakai's. That was a quick kill for the Giants.
You're seeing how much damage is already there. Overloaded now in the mid lane. Gonna push him back a little bit more. Rhapsody from Beal. Lexi, he's gonna have to wait.
Oh, Wind Return!
Oh, Wind Return is gone. Not gonna be able to return from that.
And that's a big pick-up there for
Tanahan,
SRG. 2
Nathan
kills plus a
nangyari
mid-lane
na
turret,
lagi.
exposing the base of KBG. And we all know that Saksha in the, with the Joy is a scary jungler when it comes, especially late game when it scales up. He did, however, start with a 4-0-0, but this might be the tempo break SRG is looking for up against KBG. And again, I like to go back to my point where in Kram, just really focusing his attention on the damage dealers, Saksha and Bilexi, forcing KBG to group up. And even if they're forced to use that Netherrealm, it's not going to be used up against a huge 5v5 team fight. So that's a concept SRG is going with right now.
At this point too, SRG getting themselves that little lead. This is what I was talking about when I was saying, you know, this transition from games where that mid to late, especially with the Lord up, again, the lockdown.
Even onto Wind Return, they're not afraid to commit these kills. Here comes Shadow Stampede onto Kram plus the kick. They might be able to bring him down, though, where he comes to Kaizo on the other hand. Saksha onto the backline. Innocent forced to use the entropy in. Netherrealm is there to save the members of KBG, but Saksha on the other hand got slowed down by the weakness finder of Innocent. Even though he's a mobile hero, he can't escape the wrath of Innocent.
A big pickup too for SRG. Now they're gonna have to
Telat
fight for the
bro,
Lord.
maju ngapain lu? Baru sekarang
They
maju.
force them back a little bit longer, but SRG gets a whole lot. Here's the conceal.
Even with one Sacred Hammer, they were able to force out the Pure Rod coming in from LMU. Look at the damage coming in from Innocent, though. Even forcing Wind Return to use the Revitalize. A lot of battle spells, a lot of skills have been expended, but no trade whatsoever for KBG.
No trade at all for them, and this is where we do see KBG struggle. Now that there's point of the game, the Lord making its way, they're quite behind. Holy Crystal nearly there for Innocent. As soon as he gets that power spike at this point on the Natan is going to be huge. Already with the Starlium Scythe and Feather in Heaven, and right now they can have enough tankiness in the front line that they could probably force their way into these base turrets. Eternal Guard drop down.
Okay, when Return drops down the Glorious Pathway, Yums, however, has the Flicker plus Implosion play. He knows that a lot of Purifies aren't there except for Bilexi, but they're not going to force things out. The discipline, once again, of SRG to just maximize the Lord, go for the outer turret takedowns, and just eventually help Innocent get his power spike once again so that he can burst down any member of KBG standing in his way.
Tier 2's going down, being worked on. Saksha will be able to hold on to that top one for now. The wave's still pushing in. It is good that they hold on to the shields. Was expecting SRG to actually collapse in and try to take those down at least. They could still play around it too. The thing is, the KBG is actually able to go ahead and clear things out decently well. The fact too that you have a Faramis, a hero we don't see pop up too often, has really been helping them out. It's more so just they are good at extending fights, you know? Whether that's a Revitalize in the Glorious Pathway paired with that Netherrealm, it extends the fights for KBG, but they're lacking that damage throughput. That's what they're having a hard time with. And this Malefic Roar being picked up by Bilexi, it might be enough eventually, but he still needs more time. Typically when you are on this Granger, you know, you really have to be able to rely on that setup. And unfortunately, they have just been responding to SRG this whole time. And they're going to have to do that for a while. And even when he has the Flicker available, you never know when that Implosion, Flicker, combination or vice versa is going to come through. And so it is difficult for KBG to actually look for those windows. And that's why I think anytime we see a Cho on the board, Tracy or any Cho player has their work cut out for them, man, because they are the ones to usually go and start things up.
Wih! Cancel gitu tuh ulti Tigreal. Skill 2 cok.
But ultimately, you're still 30 seconds away from the Lord. So SRG can play around this unless they force a fight.
Force a fight. Even Innocent has to use the entropy out.
Oh, no.
Here comes Kram onto the back line, just trying to work on Bilexi. Sekai's enters the picture.
Bang, ini gimana sih perangnya bang? Bang, ya elah tuh udah dapet cok. Sayang dong temennya bro, begitu bro.
Tracy is down.
Oh,
KBG has to retreat here in Selangor Giants. Still standing strong, even with the Netherrealm, even with the Glorious Pathway, plus the Revitalize. They seem to not lack damage. That's why they're ahead. A 5.8k gold lead, plus this. Innocent picks up another major item. Now SRG, this might be a clean Lord takedown for the Giants.
That's what I was talking about. You just saw a preview of that. Lacking the damage. Trying to keep Wind Return at bay here. He might get collapsed down on.
Now they commit the
Mati
implosion.
bro,
This time it's going to connect
nanggung banget
Saksha.
majunya dah.
Trying to see if they can have an angle over this Lord, but the problem is Wind Return
Nang nih
is
Sragen, iya cok. Nggak kiri tuh kayak kurang komit gitu loh mainnya cok. Padahal dia tadi bisa jing. Kayak nggak mau gunain paramisnya gitu loh. Takut banget maju cok.
Poor trade right now.
start up the Lord, they should be able to just go ahead and freely secure this. Cram will just post up, staring down any of that entry point that could come from KBG. So with that being said, SRG finds himself with a massive lead. And just even in terms of damage and tankiness alone, like even their tanky heroes that they have here are enough to withstand the major damage dealers from KBG right now. So this Lord will definitely get them knocking on these base turrets down. And as we look into it, you know, you see the stacks, it's not really that much. He doesn't have, I mean, he's got BOD, he's got Maleficent.
Gue sih Sonic banget dari awal, sama gue juga Sonic banget dari awal.
It seems like even those shots, the Rhapsody, the Destinata, just not enough to
Gue Sonic karena BA-nya cakep.
Whether that's Cram or not, Cram most of the time he's just sprinting on in into all the shots, you know, soaking everything up because that's like literally his job. And then that's where Yums gets to shine later on. Even an Eternal Guard is enough to tank things up. So there's so much here to deal with if you're KBG. Mid turret already going down. They're gonna have to clump up to actually have this fight in their favor. SRG, there's the conceal gonna be used. They try to clear out the waves the best they can. They're slowed down with the Glorious Pathway, still holding it together. And KBG, very clean so far on the defense, unless SRG decides to force a fight. So far, so good.
Season depannya apa sama Aing kalau playoff jual aja slotnya. Nggak mungkin sih, kayaknya gue memprediksi bakal RBL. Kayaknya RBL. Masih tetap RBL sih, yang nggak ini RBL Dewa. Satu lagi nggak tahu deh. Satu lagi nggak tahu deh, ini susah cok. Satu lagi.
Wow, KBG, despite being down almost 10,000 gold, will have a defense. Soxer, you gotta be careful.
Bisa jadi TLID. Bisa jadi. Wow, mati cok.
With the damage brings down Saksha. Now this might be an opening for SRG. Yums again has this flicker, gonna wait for the implosion to be up.
RBL Dewa dong, nggak usah iya. Kayaknya ya. Gua nggak tahu sih, lihat permainan ini. Lihat cara bermain bro.
Down a member. This is an opening for SRG.
Udah ulti lah, ulti flicker apalagi Tigril, apalagi tunggu apa lagi bro? Ulti flicker. Ulti flicker. Wah, masih ditahan bro, ulti flickernya. Menang bro, tanpa ulti flicker. Ini bisa manfaatin cowok sama Taramis harusnya. Enggak, tadi banyak momen ragunya gitu loh. Gak jelas jing. Banyak momen ragu. Kayak satunya all in, damagernya kagak anjing. Itu Natalan di GH enggak lah. Gak tahu maksudnya. Season kemarin aja gua Natalan ini. Season kemarin aja Natalan di GH gua gereja sendiri. Oh ini Junjun itu apa lu anjing mamon tai. Dan nama lu udah nggak ada di kakak. Tolol. Damn. My mic bro. Weh so asik. Iya bang, maaf ya aku so asik. Maaf ya bang, aku so asik. Jangan sampai aku mukul facecam nih. Oh memang. Besok ini jadi balik. Kan besok kocak. Jumat. Adapter, knob, color output, USB-C, Pokemon, RBG, switch. Main. Ada ini, ada acara. Habis itu balik lagi GH. Headphone volume. Kita setup. Terus scan aja kalau sempat tuh baju sama jaket, kalau nggak sempat pas Natalannya boleh. Masih diundang acara keluarga tai. Nah gue lihat dulu lah apa yang bisa gue jual, apa yang bisa gue kasih ke lu. Tapi kebanyakan masih bagus sih. Tenang Ben, gue tahu jing yang bagus yang mana. Tiba BPKB lu nemu, nggak ada anjing, lu dicari kemana-mana nggak ada cok. BPKB kalau ketemu sih cair ya anjing. Liste, Westbrook, Des Products. Kan gue bayar 20-an lebih. Makanya masalahnya nggak ada jing, tai lah. Itu cair upgrade PC. Enggak lah, buat orang rumah lah itu. Duitnya kalau cair. Biar orang rumah nggak minta-minta lagi, Bang, ada nggak? Gue pakai duit motor dah. Masalah kagak ada jing. Kagak ada inian, kagak ada PPKB-nya. Tawa lo anjing. Nanti malam kita coba, bro. Kan ada cair yang Welly. Belum anjing. Bau memek. Lalu bilang Welly nggak di rumah. Nggak ada di rumah. Iya nggak ada di rumah. Oh gua nggak tahu cairnya kapan. Gua nggak tahu itu yang Welly. Gak ngurus gua. Ini udah gini doang. Babi kagak dapat stand mic-nya, tolol. Tunggu beli stand mic-nya. Kok kagak ada stand mic nih anjing, aneh. Terus si Welly bangsa total 60 juta plus. Gak tau dah. Babi tuh Vespa, jangan main Vespa ya kalian ya kalau tidak bisa merawat, bro. Sudah bisa aja bermain Vespa kalau tidak bisa merawat. Kali listriknya gope sebulan, kalau gak punya duit lebih pajangan. Iya jing, mahal banget. Tai. Jangan pernah memakai yang namanya Vespa kalau nggak bisa merawat ya. Tai. Tai iya bro. Tahu gitu dari awal kuliah bawa X-Max. Ya jing, tahu gitu dari awal kuliah beli X-Max aja. Enggak, Deng. Dari awal beli. Ini gue beli X-Max anjing. Tahu begitu. Koler. Bensin murah nggak rewel, iya jing. Tier service kali juga udah mantap. Oh gitu ya, Bang. Udahlah ya. Namanya juga namanya. Shoot. Asyuh. Oh, yang ini lebih bagus cok, walaupun standar ya, nyanyi. Ini bagus dikit jing, walaupun standar, bro. Aduh, gua turut menyumbang tweet, ntar gua minta refund kontol. Bye-bye. Dah, ntar malam review plus karaoke. Dah, kelar bro. Ntar malam review komen plus karaoke. Damn. GG gua. Bisa ya ada yang segigi gua. Yali. Gua mau nama biru donate berapa bang? 1 juta. Wow, 1 juta. Sejuta. Gua udah star syndrome sekarang. Pokoknya yang jadi mod. Wow, 1 juta. Bener ya? Iya, beneran. Tak adakah yang gantikanku, bujang. Gila kit bomba bro. Reset, cobalah untuk perbaiki mental kalian. Bermainlah seperti di TLID dan mungkin kalian akan menang. Gelo. Supportive gini bro kit bomba dengan TLID. Kakak gue yang kiri halu anjing ler. Wah ini kawatnya udah nggak enak sih anjing, bukan kapasnya cok. Ayolah.
Terus gue juga sering demi apapun gue
Makanya beli di Dagger Pep nanti anti gosong. Ini bukan masalah beli di Dagger Pep kagak. Oh di Dagger Pep ada di Jakbar, di Tangerang. No, gue mau ke Dagger Pep bro. Soalnya kagak ada anjing. Nah, Dagger Pep bukannya di Galaxy. Itu Bekasi, gocak. Jauh banget. Ongkirnya bro, mahal. Gue mau kan belinya yang deket-deket aja. Sama gini bro. Bawa parfum dulu lah. Kok parfumnya? Tap. Kali perlu mana garlic? Gak tahu, tidur kali. Anjing. Ini jualan es teh daripada nonton M6. Lol. Bro.
Banning the Hilda or picking it up front. I think it's extremely important. So many teams are having trouble with this Hilda. So many teams can't find counters. And in the first half of the game, Cram was doing as much damage as the rest of his team, while also being tanky enough with no damage items. It is a hero right now that should not be landed on unless it's on your side.
Yeah, but I do feel like SRG's not or might not take it out because like Wind Return hasn't had a history of using the Hilda in the previous qualifiers as much. I mean, for sure they've been trying to explore in terms of that a bit, but still they'll stick with the Cho priority.
The draft hasn't changed so far, T-Bless.
So you just do the same thing, Suyo, Hilda.
Suyo, Hilda. I mean,
Hilda.
Like, there's no reason for Selangor Giants to realistically change. If they want to change, they can change the Suyo, but the Hilda feels absolutely necessary.
And Sekai's on the Suyo field. I mean, Sekai's Suyo is a monster, and this just sets them up for an earth-shattering early mid-game right here.
I'm thinking if they still want to go for the Joy.
Oh, they still want the Joy. Guys,
Wih,
all right, this
Moskov
time they
dia
pick up the
picol lagi,
Moskov.
Cok,
That's
demi
the difference here. So maybe in the eyes of KBG, they just needed a change in goal lane. If the goal lane, like the goal lane matchup is solved, then it's all good.
Is it?
I don't know.
We don't know yet.
We will see for sure. KBG on the side of things thinking
Ah,
that maybe it's just an
SRG.
execution problem. Maybe, I mean, honestly, I wasn't against their draft. The Fermiz, I felt like didn't really complement what they wanted to bring.
I agree.
Everyone wanted to group up. When you want Joy to be able to dive, when you want Cho to be able to dive, they were forced to group up. So maybe there's the issue, right?
Yeah, and Humes, if they still want to stick with like the exact same draft pattern, since the idea of the KBG is similar, so they can like pick up the Tigreal here. If they still wanted to go for that, I mean, they haven't revealed the mid and the gold lanes yet, so...
I mean, there's no reason to change, right?
It's
I mean, the Moskov is a change, but is there any
Berapa
reason
sama,
to
Babi?
answer it right now?
Not at all.
No.
And some teams, I think, will do this, like what KBG is doing, thinking that like they'll get an SRG's head or something. An SRG like, well, we don't want to play the same comp twice. That's boring, you know? Let's just change the Tigreal, and then you get the dub. But SRGs, they've been doing this. They know how to play this out. We're not going to switch anything at all. Except they won't ban the Freya this time, probably. They'll get an extra ban.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You know what? That's right.
Yeah, and so they can just like pretty much ensure that the Moskov's gonna have like the best possible laning phase, so they can like counter the, they can like ban out the counters through the Moskov here. But as of the moment, SRG, even for Cram, I think they want him to have the best possible laning experience on the Hilda.
So right now, let's actually talk about this. What's a good answer against the Hilda now that we've already seen the roam, the jungle, as well as the goal lane? Yeah, go ahead.
The Barats.
The Barats.
I mean, we haven't seen it for quite some time, but like I think the
Barats
Barats works a lot.
Was it
with-
Wildcard, right? From Ulfid? Or was it the other EECA team? I don't remember. We did see a Barats very early on. I've actually, me, Giddy, and Leo were contemplating how to deal with this Hilda because nobody has an answer. If it goes in the XP lane, you could go for the Ruby, which mid to late game it would be helpful in 5v5s, but early
Gila nih lama-lama jersey orang-orang e-sport nih jadi jersey inian nih.
CC is a possibility because you need something that can keep up.
Jadi
right?
outfit, jersey outfit nih bukan jersey gaming anjing.
To peel her, so it's like you might be able to tie in rotations, but not.
Lama-lama jadi jersey fashion
Cok.
Yeah,
kok kenapa diem doang ngantuk kocak.
Let me use hero. They ban out the Faramis, so they still respect that the Faramis did some job there. And to be fair, it did disrupt SRG quite a little bit because they want to go for the team fight, and they essentially have to kill KBG twice, which I kind of feel like it slowed them down just a little bit.
Yeah, and so even the Valentina's gone here for Stormy. So is there a chance that we'll see another signature here from Stormy?
Jomok,
or
Piche.
the Exana, Eve? Because again, this is a very similar composition for KBG. But if there's one thing that we've realized from game number 1, it's that they barely got access to the backline. So I feel like Stormy has nothing to worry about if they get to execute it the same way as game number 1.
Yeah, they can pretty much, at this point, they could go for Vex, Aurora, Yve, whatever backline mage they want, and the team feels comfortable. When you have a Hilda and a Tigreal and a Suyo, this Vexon is completely safe. KBG, I think, is one that's really forced to find an answer here.
And nothing is really stopping them from picking out a Natan again, but they can change if they want. SRG looks like they have quite good control over this draft, considering they are able to repick 80% of their previous draft, and the Natan hasn't been banned out, so they can pick it for 100% repick.
Though they have the Moskov now, so
I don't think they can go. I don't think KBG can go Yve here because Cram will just run down on that.
Yeah.
Run down every single time. They need some sort of peel. They need a way to keep that away. They go for the Edith. I would like to see it in EXP because I like Cho in the roam. But what do you guys think?
No, I agree. I kind of feel like Edith on an EXP, you can deal with Cram on the Hilda, but now Cram's real name is Mark. Cram is just Mark. Oh!
Did you realize it just now?
We just call him Ikram.
I never knew that.
I did. It's a thing in the Philippines, I think. Like it's
yeah. It's with your language.
So like
right?
I'm Adigurb.
It's like Lodi. You know?
Yeah, like Lodi. Exactly.
What's up, my Cram?
Oh, dude, that sounds so simple that I'm pissed off. I didn't figure it out.
My mind just imploded, like that Tigreal's about to do to KBG probably.
I mean, he's not gonna do it on his own team, you know.
That's true.
I'm just saying. He can only go one direction for this one. Is it gonna be to the time? And it is gonna be to the time. 100%. 100% repick by SRG.
It's the same.
It's the same. I wonder, with the changes of the KBG lineup, is this gonna be enough? Thank you very much to our panelists, T Bless, Brigida, but now we're going for Ingan as well as Naisu.
Thank you very much, panel. Coach Arcadia basically said, you know what, hold my water, copy paste. That's what we're doing for the next game as they face match a point against KBG. And this time, KBG's got to give it their best in this one as they are facing elimination in the M6 World Championship. Yes, they brought a different lineup to this one, but is it going to be enough against the Selangor Red Giants after what we saw from game 1? They've got to bring it all together and literally give it their best in this one to extend the series to a game 3 and keep their hopes alive in the tournament. Let's jump into the land of dawn here. Again, game 2 between Keep Best Gaming and Selangor Red Giants.
Theoretically, I think KBG's lineup is gonna perform better compared to their previous game, because again, the Paramis, although the Netherrealm was always used up, they seem to not have any answer with the aggression of Cram, with the aggression of Use. They don't have any re-engage. So this time around, the Frigid Glacier is key for KBG to answer SRG.
You think that time, or this time around, the Aurora is enough to stop the implosion setups that we saw previously? You know, because obviously, like LaFell said, he's not going to be imploding on his own team. So is the Aurora enough to go ahead and handle that now that we have some time to talk about this? Do you think that's a big enough change in that lineup from KBG to at least slow things down against SRG?
Yeah, might be enough for Selangor Red Giants to think twice if they were going to overcommit if ever Yums decides to go with the implosion, because again, the threat of the Frigid Glacier is just too immense, and at the same time, they have enough crowd control this time with Wind Reader and having the Edith, so they're not just going to rely on Tracy with the initiations of the Jeet Kune Do or the Way of the Dragon. The Earth Shatter Flicker combination might just be enough to get huge pickoffs. Especially Innocent only has one Purify, and there's a lot of setups that KBG can go if they decide to flank the back line.
Yeah, I think it's more so a sense when we look at KBG's lineup in this time around. Tracy had to do so much work in the previous game 1, and it just got to a point where Tracy couldn't make, I don't think he had many Way of the Dragon setups that he was, wanted or that were favorable to KBG. Well, this time around, like you just mentioned, the fact that you've at least thrown an Edith into the mix helps things the same. And I think even part of this, if we can have a replicated game, KBG, in terms of Saksa, the lead that he got, then he's even in a much better position to actually go ahead and contest, the objectives later on. The problem, like I was saying from game 1, though, was KBG, honestly, their early game seems to be rather good for the most part, but then that mid-game and even the late-game transition is where they seem to struggle. And they made these adjustments even back before, when we first started seeing KBG and the improvements that they had made, even getting somewhat of a revenge, that took them out last time in their visits in the M series. They made improvements, but clearly there's still parts of the game from game and all the matches where they definitely need to refine. And slowly but surely they've gotten to that point. I'm just wondering if they've fixed things fast enough from the previous one to get where they are here now to hopefully get to a game 3. Because looking at the emblems here, nothing too crazy this time around. You do have that Master Assassin, over here for Bilexi. That 1v1 versus Innocent. Gonna be a little bit tough.
Bener cair, mana ada goblok belum cair. Kalau YouTube belum ada, belum cair anjing YouTube.
To hopefully join a lot of these fights, because you already know Yums is going to be everywhere. We saw this already previously alongside Cram. Cram just likes to just almost play roam on the Hilda, you know, even though he's XP.
Yeah, he's really active, and at the same time, he's just going to clear, and then as much as possible, be proactive when it comes to taking down neutral objectives as well, zoning out KBG. Important to note that Innocent, though, instead of the mystery shop, went with the tenacity. So this is ensuring the rest of the members of SRG that you don't have to babysit me as that much. You can go for the control over the mid lane, so we can secure neutral objectives like what we did last time. But look at this, the 1v1 between Innocent and Belexi. I think nothing's gonna happen here in the bottom lane as they start things off with Turtle.
Natanya balik, cok, kagak dapat creep itu. Ya elah, fokusnya kebagi-bagi ya. Kena tigil dah tuh.
Okay, so the Frigid Glacier did not
jelas
connect
banget,
this
Jing,
time.
fokusnya, Jing, kemana tuh?
And now onto the bush
Aduh,
with the
biji.
region. SRG once again. Turtle secured. No trade for KBG.
It looks like they learned, you know, SRG at least in the series today. Again, with what Coach Arcadia said earlier on in the stage, we gotta learn to be a little more disciplined. We gotta, you know, stop beating ourselves, basically. And I'm pretty sure, you know, if you guys have ever been in, let's say, traditional sports or esports, yourself, you probably heard that. Coach yourself. Stop being your own worst enemy. And at this point, SRG has had to make that adjustment. And so far, so good. Again, it's only early game. We're only 3 minutes in. That first turtle isn't too crazy for either team, you know, whoever ends up getting it. But traditionally with SRG, they get that objective, then they look for that setup potential because now the level 4s are in question here. So both roamers obviously want to work with that. I expect Tracy to probably try to make that play first. But if they can't find it, and they can't play into the fact that you have an Aurora to help lock things down, then they might just wait for that next objective take for the turtle.
Yeah. And again, KBG, the thing is they could also just delay the game and eventually reach Saksha's power spike, because a Joy that scales up pretty well towards the late game is going to be crucial in taking down the backline of SRG. Even just going front to back, he's going to be able to do that. Yums though with the Sacred Hammer, there was an attempt there onto LMU. And now SRG just playing disciplined enough to wait for the neutral objective to once again respawn.
Interestingly enough, too, the gold lane matchup rather quiet. You know, just gonna go ahead and farm each other up, even in the XP lane as well. But this might be a play here on Wind Return.
Oh, popping the Primal right away, but up against 4. You can't do as much. And a pick-off once again for SRG, setting themselves up perfectly for another turtle take.
That's such good timing, too, for SRG. You know, go up, cap out a kill. Now rotate to the objective. They're most likely just going to get this one. Enough distraction from Saksa, even getting the ultimate out. No electrifying beats, so all that results in SRG just getting a whole lot early on for not too much work. Again, you know, Wind Return just getting caught. They're trying to cut the wave and then getting crashed down, and now the play looks to be here on the bottom side. We'll see if they can defend against it.
Spirit of Misery connects, and Innocent just walks away. Selangora Giants, although Yums has the Flicker plus Implosion, they're not going to overcommit because, again, Belexi has a Purify alongside LMU as well. They don't want to dive down any deeper. And now the problem is for KBG. Although they're up against the similar lineup of SRG right now, as Saksha pops his electrifying beats up against Cram, they were able to find kills and eventually farm up Saksha. But the thing is right now, SRG is getting all neutral objectives, no casualties on their side. KBG, it seems like they have no answer whatsoever with how SRG is rotating.
Yeah, it's really hard for either team to like force fights early on, just because they're waiting for Tracy like this.
Oh, but the question is, are they going to be able to burst him down? Because the Frigid Glacier was there, but just Cram bobbing and weaving once again. Another major resource expended. That was actually 2. Way of the Dragon, Frigid Glacier did not connect for KBG.
See, I don't know, man. I don't think that's the right target, you know, for Tracy to just kind of focus on. Because even if you kick Cram, yeah, he's just going to sidestep on out of that. And it's hard enough to get the Frigid Glacier down, but what more against the Hilda, who's so mobile already? So when they go and commit all that into trying to get a pickoff, look what's happening across the map. The macro level is already favoring SRG. They're able to push in some of the extra gold on the turrets. They get even a 1 down on the top side. And this is where that momentum continues to build. Innocent getting the Starlium Scythe already.
Franco Legend, yang buat miskin Legend.
Sacred Hammer gonna burst down Saksha. Goodbye is the right response for SRG.
Franco, bro.
How do you even escape when these lockdowns are like this, you know? Turtles up again. This is just gonna, oh, Tracy, whoa, what a play. Stormy's reaction there.
Gue pengennya nih SRG ini ketemu energi, cok.
Tracy, as I was saying the whole time, Cram, he's just showing how tanky he is. That's it.
Limit testing. Limit testing with Reader's Primal doesn't care now, just goes back in the bush, heals up, has an additional shield. It's like they're unbothered with 3k gold lead, and now they're gonna move past that and just go for Tracy. And again, Bielexi is also here, still has his Purify, so they're quite safe, but as Selangor Giants, I'm pretty sure they want to go for a third takedown before getting down this Lord.
They might just have enough lead here to actually put pressure where they can just say, you know what, this is the way we want to go, we're gonna put all our eggs in this basket, we're gonna get a turret, boom, we move around. You know, they can actually do that at this point just because of the power spike difference with the lineup that SRG has. Again, copy and pasted from game 1, and we especially saw it shine towards that first Lord, and it was really difficult for KBG to actually catch their breath after that. They're well on the way of doing the same exact thing in this game too. As, you know, Bielexi, the best thing that he can do is go ahead and try to push in some of the tier 1 turrets. They're going to do exactly that.
Oh, they won't be able to get, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, here comes the conceal. XP laner roamer going for the flag. Bielexi caught in the midst of everything. Will be taken down. Raid return has to flicker out with the Primal Wrath as well. And that's a huge, huge blow for SRG. Taking down Bielexi. Innocent goes in with the entropy. And now surprise with a stun. And the kill. Auto in return.
The grooves from SRG right now, working as one unit. Not giving a chance to KBG at all around the map. They get the tier 2 as well. And now they get primed and ready. 20 seconds away from the Lord at this point. Massive lead at this point of the game. But exactly what happened in the previous one where they just turn a switch after that early game. And now for KBG, it's looking grim. It's looking a little bit dire at this point on who do they even target. Tracy again. Who does he kick? It's Yums and Crams every single time, of course, the front side, and you don't really want to kick one of them. You kick Yums, boom, implosion into the team. You kick Cram, he's just going to run away. At that point, you don't really have a target here for Tracy, as that Lord is already easily secured for SRG. So now the question is, how does KBG defend against this deficit? And with this lineup, to go against this march in from SRG.
Yeah, going in 5v5 clashes with the numbers advantage, so that means getting a pick off before Selangor Giants commits their major ultimates like the Implosion, as well as in the sense Entropy. KBG really needs to bank up on that and again try to mitigate the pushes that Selangor Giants has by utilizing the macro advantage that they have with this Moscow. But again, if you're Moscow, Bruska can actually chase you.
Bruska bakal taunting nggak ya?
Oh,
Bruska bakal taunting nggak ya?
Okay, turret already down. Cram just went up there because he wants to stop Toxic from taking the Lord down. Like he wants to delay it a little bit. That's it.
And that's the thing. That's the thing we were saying. Make sure to not let SRG utilize the pushes that they have. Again, Yums with the miscast after the implosion there, so there's no implosion here.
Yeah! Gets a kick,
Getting taken down by 4. One member down for KBG, and now they're working on the mid lane turret.
Dia mah semuanya ditaunting bro sama Kid Bomba. Emang begitu nggak sih mentalitas tim Europe begitu toh, emang begitu anjing. Oh e-sport Europe masih begitu aja. Mau menang cuman BO3 cuman game 1 menang teriakin pasti gitu toh. Itu sama teriakin. Yang mau ngajak ribut so seru. Iya emang begitu.
And at this point, this is what KBG can actually do. Just try again and go for the split pushes, go for the cuts, not let SRG utilize the push, the siege that they can do as Bielexi picks up Trinity build right now. So as long as they try and extend this game as much as possible, KBG will still have a chance.
So at this point, Ingon, I'm going to say KBG needs to almost the next game, because that's how much time you need with this kind of deficit, with this kind of lineup we're talking about. My guy, you need like 10 plus minutes for them to actually match this power spike. I mean, look at that damage dealt alone is enough to say, hey, we got to get it together. Like, we really need to lock in. And at that point, with this kind of lineup, that is not gonna be the easiest to do. Even if you're forced into your base with the next lord and they just, let's just say they die down, they wait, Sox just clearing waves, doing his thing. You need a lot more to go your way than what Selangor Red Giants can throw at you, because they have so many tools to just go ahead and make things happen for them or force fights in their favor that even when the Lord comes up, then you know they've got literally 7-man team running into the base. So if you're counting the Eternal Guard.
What's the 7th man? Oh, plus the Lord.
The Lord and the Eternal Guard, the baby Lord. Yeah.
Praise the Lord.
So clearly the numbers game is in the favor of SRG.
You call it 8-man because of the gold lead. Like that's kind of like an extra body too, you know?
It's a tough mountain to climb for KBG. They will, however, just let go of this Lord.
Rex Toaster ganteng-ganteng.
For the best, gonna try and look for a pick
Cluenya ada yang comeback. Terakhir Mas Cluenya. Kesayangan Mas Ade.
Kesayangan Mas Ade siapa? Has been displaying. Even if Tracy manages to look for a good wave of the dragon, is the damage going to be enough to burst down Ram? Is the damage going to be enough to burst down Yums?
Yang selalu
seen Innocent use the Purify for this game specifically because they cannot reach Innocent onto the backline. And the worst part is LMU. They have the Aurora, but the Frigid Glacier never seems to connect on the proper target that KBG wanted.
And that's the thing, because every single time the target is either Yums or it's Cram. Tracy can't really get anybody else. And so either of those is not going to be the target that you actually want to go and lock down, you know, with this Frigid Glacier. We'll see if they can make it happen this time. Again, quite a lead right now. Frigid Glacier already going to be expected.
Use the force to flicker, Pyromal Wrath just to try and
delay. Here comes the Eternal Guard. Lord up top. Conceal coming in from Selangor Red Giants. Itu kan Evos kan teriak apa, loan 2 orang kan dari RRQ kan. Itu kayaknya Rex Lona sama Daniel satu yang dari RRQ MDL kayaknya. Cuman gua nggak tahu, masih nggak tahu. Masih nggak tahu. Oh, kata orang-orang TikTok sih ngeloan 2 itu. Rex Lona terus tanknya Danielsa, tapi Van Strong naik ke MPL.
A decisive, strong showing from SRG in this best of 3.
Gue rebahan dulu ya bro.
They add 1.
Gue butuh rebahan anjing biar nggak ngantuk. Cabut juga dulu, oke. Udah harus ramas nih. Baik, aku bergetar. Let's go, last terakhir bro. Woi, apa kadek? Ini cai. Wow. Dek, mik lu sama kayak gua gak sih? TLID udah pulang, ini lagi belum main, kocak. Udah pulang aja. Mik lu sama kayak gua gak sih? Apa beda? Enggak, lu itu abang gua. Oh lu PD 100 ya? PD 100 ya? Yang mana sih PD 100? Oh yang kotak, PD 100. Lebih OP itu lu. Yoi dong. Viewer gue nih bos. Kasih viewer. Lu setting di aplikasinya lagi nggak? Apa enggak? Ntar malam gua coba. Setting biar nggak bocor suara keyboard yang noise cancel itu OP cok fiturnya. Oh jadi dia ada fitur noise cancelling. Jadi tinggal dinyalain aja gitu yang di aplikasi. Itu OP anjing, itu yang noise cancelling emang OP bro. Ya modal checklist doang. Oh, oke. I see bro. Damn. Berapa nih? Ini kayaknya 2-0 deh, Dek. Kayaknya ya. Gue takutnya sih 2-0 ya. Gue melihat performa TLID yang kemarin, waduh. Performa wadidaw anjing.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Sure.
Yeah.
Alright. Brigida first, because you're the Brigida curse.
No. I think I'm more of a
Semoga Iron Acu menang ya. Jadi Acu gimana Acu? Oh Iron kamu menang, Acu gimana? Jadi ini gua. Jadi ini aku Bila. Salah cok. Bila, kamu dicariin itu di Mas Ade. Tadi.
2-0.
Alright. We have a split.
Cariin kamu tadi sama Mas Ade.
Brigida is shaking in their chair, in the secret lab chair. Aurora has done with their bans. They banned the Eve, the Phobius, as well as the
Yarinda. Kenapa sih kamu tidak mau muncul? Padahal aku menunggu kamu muncul nih Mas Ade.
But that Angela ban, right? I mean, it's a good throwaway ban. They are on blue side. They get first pick, and it's going to force things like the Cho to be left open, the Hilda left open right now, the Hylos left open, Suyo. So much power picks on the field right now. So it's either a good throwaway ban.
Apa nih? Dia main apa? Angela. Oh, Angelanya di ban, di respect ban Gi, bro.
We're putting too much into the basket of TLID can only do the Angeling or something of that nature, right?
And Bruno's open. It's open. Like,
Bruno first pick. Wah, berani bro ya bro.
But TLID gets a good trade off of that. You get the Hilda Cho, Hilda Hylo,
Hilda Suyo.
So much Hilda Suyo.
yeah.
I think Suyo. I think you lock in the Suyo now.
Nah, Hilda Cho, man.
Okay. Now,
Oh, Chow Hilda bro.
I'm just thinking
Chownya dikasih
that
bro.
there might be a possibility that Aurora is kind of okay with this since
Predicting it almost.
what
Jadi mau
really
nggak mau,
worked for
TLID
Edward
udah nggak bisa
especially
pakai
was,
Angela bro
wasn't
di 2
entirely
game
the
ini.
thought. It didn't,
Di game penentuan ini udah nggak akan pick lepas Angela.
He's played it. It's mostly the Phobius, and as I mentioned, even in the previous season, he was really comfortable with the likes of the Edith and all that. But we'll see if they will be going with that decision later on, because it seems like they're reserving the XP lane for the second phase of the draft. They prioritize
Alpha
I like the
Vexana jing.
Alpha. I like the Vexana. Yue gets on something that he can make plays with, and as well the Alpha. We know how well it goes. TLID knows what they need to do. You pick up the other best fighter jungle in the meta right now. You pick up the Suyo. Now, I really want to touch on what you said with Edward, because I agree. He needs something that can throw punches, that can get aggressive. And right now, there's not a lot of that in terms of... because all of it's so tanky. But when he gets to Phobius is someone that's tanky and can still deal damage. So I'd love to see Edward on something like that. But TLID, maybe they call the card and they ban it out here.
Yeah, the Phobius has been banned, so we have to see, does he have a different answer for this Hilda? And CC got banned. One of my theories to fight against
biar
Hilda
Hildanya main
is
bro.
the CC, but let me talk to you both gentlemen here.
Hilda
It does feel
ketemu
like both Aurora
Hilda
and
ketemu Cici
TLID.
bete anjing.
It's odd that they're both in the driver's seat. Yes, Mr. Brigida.
Oh yeah.
All right, Mr. Brigida.
Yes, sir.
Have a deeper voice.
Brian.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Because Bruno, priority for sure. Alpha can actually fight against the Hilda. But if you look at TLID, amazing front line. The Cho, the Hilda, the Suyo, it really does feel like both teams have considered
guys yung
the
stage
things that
nila
they're going to
ngayon.
trade in the draft. And both teams.
Elimination round pa rin po sila. Di pa po ligtas ang Aurora, pero may chance po sila na mag-move forward sa next stage, which is
Sabar bro. Kontol iklan.
tomorrow na agad kung sakali man na masecure nilang set dito sa TLID.
Grabe, isipin mo, no, yung paghahanda, yung preparation mo, wala halos isang araw.
Wala.
So talagang dikdikan.
Ilang oras lang?
Di ba oras lang talaga? Kasi syempre maglalaan kayo ng oras para matulog, maglalaan kayo ng oras para di ba? Marami kayong kakaining oras para mapaghandaan yung inyong mga kalaban. And ngayon naman, inalis ang isang siguro naalala din ni Edward eh. Naalala ko nung M4 World Championship, isa to sa mga heroes talaga na paborito niya. Yung Edward Salon, yung
kilala
blue.
na eh. Kilala si Edward. Alam na natin with the repeat on M-Series appearances.
Yep.
Ayan eh, bukod sa, syempre kilala siya sa player.
Kamu di stream.
So, hindi na
Ya, aku di stream dari tadi, Sudot. Bang, kamu mandi gak sih? Mandi kocak.
Natin sila, he's a chill guy. Kaya nang usong-uso ngayon. At ngayon, sa Aurora, tatanggan ng Aurora.
Kan gue mandi tadi pagi ya.
Ng Aurora. Okay, so ngayon, second phase ng Bex, para dito sa Team Level ID, pwede nga silang kukuha na rin ng gold laner or even yung kanilang mage. Danger. Para dito sa Team Liquid ID, ano magiging sagot ng Aurora?
Pwede sila agad kumuha dito ng mga legs of makukunan. Kanina nakita tayo ng glimpse of Elite actually. Pero for this round, parang yung towards ako high loss din.
Sabar bro. Granger. Sama aja Jir. Bah, seenggaknya gua nggak kemana-mana bro. Nah, kalau nggak kemana-mana mah nggak usah mandi nggak sih? Mandinya mengirit. Kalau kemana-mana baru.
And actually open pa rin naman kasi.
Hylos.
And the mobility is an additional bonus aside dun sa Ring of Punishment and order, a low of order dito ng isang Hylos. Sobrang laking bagay nun. Para magkaroon sila ng circle or pathway na dun yung kalakasan.
Dia mandi 1 minggu sekali tetap jelek.
Pero kasi malaking epekto talaga nung nilakit showing Hilda. Pero yes,
kita tuh wajib bilang diri kita tuh ganteng bro. Urusan dihujat.
Ba sila dito for the high loss? Pero mukhang
urusan dihujat dan lain-lain tuh urusan belakangan bro. Yang penting bilang gua ganteng bro. Harus pede bro, ganteng.
Ako, napakaraming highlights.
Kalau bisa lalu pede ganteng, pede di Papa bilang diri lu ganteng, nanti kegantengan itu bakal datang sendirinya ke diri lu bro. Paham. Senin apa Senin?
Ngayon naman, ang Team Liquid ID, ano ang kanilang kukunin na mage? Ano ba ang mga available dito? Pwede silang
Tinggal mid ya.
Ano no, parang kung iisipin mo.
May Valiant pa nga.
Oke kagem tolol.
Ako nga naisip ko mga Lilia eh.
Knowing TLID, it's not
Ini enak Valen sih, Valen enak sih.
Ay, Scoochie daw.
Fresh na
Xavier, bro.
Xavier na to at sa next highlight.
Nako, ayan na. Naglabas na laman.
Review skin ka ni orang.
Panibagong flavor. Ang Team Liquid ID, remember, kilala ang kupunan.
Let's go gasi, gobik apa gohom. Gobik atau goblok nih.
Quote-unquote brawl
Goblik. Goblik.
Lalaban sa isang sistematikong
Gobik or
kalaban
goblok.
sa Aurora.
Goblik.
Hindi ko pa paano
Different kind of approaches, pero there can only be one ending para sa laban na to. There can only be one na mag-move forward din sa atin next round.
Denger musik.
At ngayon,
Totoo kasi denger musik yang tepok-tepok.
sino nga ba yung mas mananaig?
Aurora
na yung huling pagtatapat nila. Dahil hindi naman pwedeng pareho silang makapasok sa next stage din natin.
Isa lang talaga. And again, kung sakali man na mangyari ang mga dapat mangyari,
mangyari, makalapang dang.
Kayang-kaya ng Aurora.
Aurora.
Kasi nga, nasa live bias satellite to eh. Ito na.
Udah bisik tolong.
Dire-diretso
Gua telit sama bila aku juga telit. Tapi aku nggak dukung Iron kamu.
Kung kinakabahan kayo, pwede kayong kumapit
Gue jadi mirip Iron, Jing. Rambut gue udah mirip, cok. Aku mendukung Widi teman Acu.
Muna natin kung paano nga ba yung magiging flow.
Oh, harus sekarang aja tuh.
Information dito for both Aurora MLBB at TLID. Sa ngayon, ito naman yung strength din, of course, ng isang savior onto the early.
Ayo dong, Widi dong.
Somewhat CC. Siyempre, dun sa kanyang pang-ikot.
Mystic Field.
Ayo dong, Widi, lu jago, Jing.
Mamaya kasi yung paligid.
Gue sedih sih kalau Widi kalah sih. Temen gua, cok, temen ranked dulu.
Sobrang reliant niya nga lang din doon for the bush check or face check.
Well, ako masasabi ko, no, itong savior, siguro ito yung
Focus,
insurance na sinet nila na pagdating sa late game. Hindi siya ganun kalaki, hindi
nang
sa early portions, no. Pero for me, ang ganda ng nagiging ikot din ng Team Liquid Indonesia dahil nga sa maagang pagkat din ni Aran. At tinamo nga si Fabian, no, na kumuha na kagad ng green camps.
Fabian. Sabar.
Dito sa Aurora MLBB. Parang gusto niya ata mag-farm doon sa kabilang panig. At kailangan mag-react agad ng Aurora dito.
Knowing Aurora, nabanggit nga natin more, may system sila. May system
masih aman bro.
Ganong klase ng mga
masih aman bro.
na nakakaagaw dito ng mga
awas ke atas bro. Dia makan hildanya ya biar gak susah banget ya. Dia mau makan hildanya bro biar gak susah.
Targeting Aran.
Ako, kaya bang ni Aran na makaligtas? Flicker ay na-burn na nga rin.
Wah, dia mau buang flicker so.
Para sa Aurora MLBB.
Oke ka na lang ba?
Okay, yung nagtatago ay nakita na.
Nagago.
Kalahati ang kanyang buhay dito. First turn available na rin. And si Fabian ay hinahatak lamang si Widi, level 3.
Pero the good thing here is meron pa rin namang flicker sila. Yung problema, hindi pa siya level 4.
Sakit cok, ngenebein Alpha itu true damage bro. Wah mati dah.
Nakuha na kagad. First blood.
Widi anjing.
Aurora MLBB. Ngayon si Aran ay nasa may
XP-nya datang duluan dia. Lama cok.
Umatras dito.
Bisa, bro.
Si Fabian actually sinuko na rin niya. Yung unang
Indo. Mari ka ng
muna sila sa kanya-kanya mga rotation, sa kanya-kanya mga linya. And balik
linya.
si Demon kay dito.
Sabi sa'yo
Demon
yung
kay
system
Dido.
nila dito. Kuha ka muna purple buff Demon, tsaka mo
Oh,
na lang balikan. At ngayon, extra pa yata muli. Sila
Extra pa yata muli na.
Mamadali, may level 4 na mga players.
Okay, si Renny J level 4 na! Sabay sakto din yung implosion. Dalawa nahuli doon. Nakuha pa si Demon kahit ng dalawa. Kasama yung pagong.
At grabe din reaction ng ating mga Filipino talents kasamang Royal Duo. Unang pagong pa lang yung burrito. Imaginein mo pag full-on clash na.
Easy lang kayo. Tipirin
Wah,
nyo yung
heran
mga
sila,
energy
makakala lagi.
Wait lang. Si Doming naman yun magiging punti nila. Sipa, Purify.
Purify bro.
Pero makakataka siya. Doon yung mga bola-bola. Oy, tikam pa nga ay yung Dawning Light.
Grabe. sexy ni Domeng doon na umiwas lang ng konti.
Oo, ewan ko ha, pero
Okay lang.
ay, ngayon.
Umiwas eh.
Naiwasan.
Nakita natin ng
Ngerti jir aku kaya sarang ngomong
doon
apa.
ng Team Liquid na somehow pumita
Aku juga
sana.
ngerti.
Most important lane din, of course, onto the gold lane.
Haus!
Aside
Wah,
from
kecurangan
that,
terjadi nih, bro.
balikan natin ngayon ng assignment.
Ano
Ano
yan?
ba naging assignment ng Aurora MLB?
Kecurangan terjadi kayak ini. PH house kah? PH house?
Ng mga naging draft, na-check na.
Aha.
Second is, of course,
enggak,
kumain
Indonya yang pause,
pakain
bro.
sila kagabi. Nakita ko yung
Kagabi,
vlog.
oo, sa vlog.
Dinalan sila ng pagkain.
Mm.
At pangatlo, syempre, is ngayon yung connection nga raw ni Rene J with the coaches.
Dan Junjun
At
bawa sarden, lu
nakita
bawa
natin
sarden
mas
mau bawa karet.
nag-reflect na. Especially kanina sa draft. Ang ganda ng paglaro ng draft for both of our teams. Talagang nakikita natin yung
Iron
ng mga
Achu!
analysts natin. And of course, yung matindihang research para sa laban na to.
Masasabi ko rin naman na komportable ang Aurora sa mga heroes na gamit nila.
Komportable
isa sa
ng
mga
Aurora,
kailangan natin
komportable.
tutukan dito, si Rene J na binabanggit ko kanina na sobrang flexible din at itong TIG grill kasi, itong Thai grill, madalas na itong ginagamit even doon sa MPLPH, no? And for me, magbibigay ng malaking impact do kasi yung lineup
impacto.
ng Team Liquid ID may
Mana mainnya TLID itu, bro?
may tendency ding
Nggak tahu, bro.
magsama-sama and magandang implosion lang.
Kamu tim sarden lah, sa tomat apa cabe? Cabe lah, bos.
Ang mga laban
Wah,
na pwedeng
wah, pedes still ay.
Tsaka hindi na magpupula ng bokto kundi palaban.
Sa bagay.
Ganun
Nggak tahu
yun
ya, kayak chemistry-nya
Siyempre,
nih hilang gini loh.
kung palaban.
Okay,
Eh,
sa bagay, depende
TLID
naman sa
TLID
kulay
ini.
ng buhok mo kung ano yung
Gak tahu
ano
kenapa,
eh, no?
Jing. Bener-bener
Na-embody
chemistry-nya
mo yun
hilang, Cok.
minsan eh.
Yung red kasi parang ano yun eh, nagsisimbolize yun ng tapang eh, di ba?
Oo, and syempre yung flavor na yun makikita natin na inside the game.
Eh, di mana sih ini?
Especially
Di
center lang
Malay,
siya.
di Malay.
Basta soaker ng
Tempat
damage.
waktu itu gua
Of course,
nonton ini,
laki-laki din
Dek,
ang nakarelate
nonton
ni
M1.
Rene J na, by the way, 100% participation.
Persis tempatnya.
Madali pang imat ngayon.
Aku tomat
Siguro
mah
sila-
minta ampun lah itu
Pag may
tobat.
3 pag may 3 assists, alam mong 100% eh.
3 kill score natin.
Tama.
Salamat, Rene J.
Okay, so ngayon naman itong si Widdy, no, kanina pinag-usapan natin itong si Rene J. Itong si Widdy,
mainnya
isa sa
kayak
mga
nggak ada chemistry
highlight
itu, chemistry
hero
hilang gitu loh.
player mula dito sa Team Liquid ID na
Jago sih, jago,
isa sa
cuman-
mga malulupit mag-show na nakita ko sa Indonesia, sa FPL
Sa Indonesia.
Exactly. Tsaka,
Dah, aku
bukod kasi
capek ngetik
sa
fan aja,
highlight
isini
hero
nomor WA
na to,
kamu.
yung
Tai,
hero
cuh.
kasi nito,
Nomor WA gua hanya boleh dimiliki oleh Bila.
Nakarating nga sila onto M6.
Oo.
Pero
Yang sampai saat ini
the
belum
part,
belum
about
tahu
this is,
WA-nya
alam din ni Rene
apa.
J paano kontrahin yung
Berapa?
ganyan klaseng heroes. Pero ngayon yung kontra nila, implosion, tapos
Wow!
pinatid.
Okay,
Wah,
nakakasipag
miss, Cok.
dito, pero may ipit.
Katain,
Si UFO,
please, please.
dami na nga
Katain,
niya,
please.
ngayon
Katain,
pinagtutuloy
please.
si Padre, si Widdy.
Ditendang,
At mamamatay
kontol,
yung
Widdy.
si Rene J.
Jangan ditendang,
Nakakakuha
kasih.
dito ang Aurora MLB.
Iron, nice,
Naging call dito sa Team Liquid ID, nakakuha na rin ng isa si Aran.
Blunder dia. Ratakan, bro, ratakan, bro.
Mula sa Team Liquid ID, ngayon
Weh,
winasiwas na rin siya.
jangan
Kakayanin niya pa makakuha pa. Nakapatay siya doon pero
Jangan didorong, jangan dideketin gak sih itu. Ya Brunonya plating, bro.
About that trade is nakita natin si Dominic.
Itu juga ada nomor gila, tai.
Simot ang gold plating sa may bandang baba. And sometimes nakikita natin
Brunonya
na sa sacrifice
sama-sama
din, of
dapat
course,
sih.
buhay,
Sama-sama
para sa
dapat,
buhay.
sama-sama
At
menang.
the same time for
Sama
TLID, ang
tapi
bilis din ng
keuntungannya
pass.
Grenada dapat
Sabi natin,
dapat
coach nila
assist.
dito kay Aaron Shiki
Brunonya
na
enggak.
pumupuro man dito
Tapi
sa
dapat
baba si
turret,
Dominic.
Cok.
Why
Mahalan
not
turret.
somehow do the same? Hindi
Oh,
man
no
niya
caption, no
totally
hashtag,
na-tore down
TikTok, no
katulad ng
smack
ginawa
type.
ni Dominic.
Tai.
Pero at least nakakuha siya kahit papano doon.
Kurang-kurangin gak sih
ng malaking
nonton-nonton
gold.
nonton-nonton
And for
standar
Aurora
TikTok, babi?
MLB, simula pa lang naman yan, Burrito.
Oo.
May system pa rin silang kailangan sundin. At yung system na yun, eh, mamaya pa natin talaga makikita kung ano yung buong plano nila.
Yun yung
Buong,
sinasabi
buong.
ng
Kamu
sistema
buong
nila,
ya,
no?
buong.
Hindi sila pumapayag na hindi
Ako
sila
nga buong.
nakakakuha ng trade. Kumalugi man sila sa team fight, at least may bawi sila dito kagaya ng ginawa nila na pagbasag doon sa torre sa may bandang ibaba. Again,
Ibaba
for
again.
Team Liquid ID naman, kailangan na
peperangan
nila
terjadi,
paganahin
bro.
itong si Widdy. Kagaya
Widdy,
nga ng mga
Widdy,
sipa niya kanina, ngayon,
Widdy.
nakarga, and
Wah,
ginagamit,
mahal banget tuh implosion, Jing.
Yung mga ultimates mula kay Aaron Shiki,
Iya.
pero kakalma muna sila.
Sabi mo kasi Teacher Burrito si Widdy. Kaya
Wah.
tinututukan nila lahat
Combo-
ng mga
combo
pinpoint
kiri
out
lebih
natin
dapat, Cok.
na dapat
Bermain-
na
bermain
talagang
limanya.
punuhan nila.
Nako.
And ang agap, ayun talaga ang agap
Bermain
ng
limanya
Aurora
lebih mantap,
MLB.
Cok, kiri.
Ngayon, hindi sila pumapayag ng mahaba
flicker, bro.
or malaking time na makakuha ng 3 dito ang Team Liquid Academy or Team Liquid Indo. Aside from that, is nakikita natin ngayon yung namumuong formation na naman nila. Lalo na't magre-respond na naman ng panghuling pagong para sa laban na to.
Nako let's see si Widdy ay umaabante. By the way, hindi biro din yung galawan ni Widdy. Yan ang finals MVP ng MPL Indonesia Season 14. So, talagang pinangangatawanan niya yung kagalitan
gago.
niya pagdating
Bawa
sa
dapat Granger bagus-bagus. Tukar dulu, bro.
isang show. Ngayon naman, ang Team Aurora may gagawing
Dots,
big rotation.
Dots ini bro, Dots, apa namanya, Dots.
Parang nakakatulog
Dots
ang
perang
Team
dulu bro.
Liquid,
Parang
Kalau pick off apa-apa.
nakukutuban. Ayan, nakukutuban nila.
Oh dapat
Eh,
iya.
syempre pag may kutob ka, kadalasan
Aku sok
tama
asik
yan
gak sih,
Pero
kalau so
ngayon,
asik
ang
aku
tatamaan
kurangnya
yata ay
gitu.
si
Enggak,
Edward.
kamu nggak so asik tapi kamu aneh.
Nandiyan naman sila Yue.
Weh, tembak apa, weh?
Si Widi na ma-flicker na!
Gimana sih?
Hinabol pa rin siya doon ni Demon kaya ngayon pumasok na rin si Renny J. And this time, may mamamatay siya. Nagamit yung kanyang implosion. Aral ay atakbo. Pero di siya makakatakbo
Apa
dahil
sih?
nabugahan
Satu
siya
mau
dito
nge-kick, satu mau nge-clear.
Na para sa ikatlong pagod
bro.
ng laban na ito.
Yung Aran naging Aray. Ayan ang Oro MLBB makakuha na naman. Objective.
Itu Dots,
Tutuan
tai.
yung turtle score natin. Which means ang ngayon
Sumpah, tadi kalau di replay ya, satu mau nge-kick, satu mau nge-clear, satu mau perang.
Yung kanina pa nilang minamata-mataan
Agak jelas, Jing.
mid lane turret ay ayaw
Agak satu suara,
talagang
Cok.
ibigay dito nila yung skill. Pero on the brighter side is nakikita tayo natin kung paano yung pwedeng maging glimpse ng kasakitan ng Bruno di Doming.
Oo nga, parang sa ngayon kasi hindi ba masyado nararamdaman yan eh. And,
Hapsi pa lang.
medyo kalahati pa lang. And si Demon kahit ngayon, actually napakaganda rin ang posisyon niya. Right after nung pagkakamatay niya nung early portions, nakabawi siya at nakakuha
Aku makan
uli.
ayam bang, enak
No,
banget.
ito
Sama aku
yung
juga
magandang
makan ayam
habol
kok,
na para
sama.
sa isang,
Aku makan ayam cabai hijau tadi, enak
alpha.
banget.
Pero may gagawin ata
Oh,
sila.
kick
dito.
siapa nih? Widi!
Na naman.
Wah.
Abutan na nga lang dito si
Mas
Rene
hindi.
J. Makakapag-exit out pa rin. Implosion plays. Mada biktima. Sumalubong doon sila Demon. Kahit nandun ang Wasibas. Doming with the double kill. TLID ngayon ang atras.
Main apa ya ini bro?
Kaagad dito ang Aurora
Lu lihat kan,
MLBB.
lu lihat kan
Masasabi
kenapa-
na
kenapa
nasa
gua
magandang
memilih
posisyon ang
menang Aurora.
Aurora dito. Pero kasi ang mahirap, hindi rin makaangat
Buset,
ang
kenyang
Aurora
kiri.
dahil sa bilis.
Lu tau kan kenapa gue memegang Aurora? Begini cowok mainnya mereka.
Pero kung
Nggak-
sa
kagak
kabilisan ng
relate,
wave
Cok.
clear, dinadaan naman nila sa pagdi-divide ng attention.
Ayan na, oh.
Hindi rin naman makahati dito nila
Ada di kiri tuh ada edit sama Tigril. Kalau misalnya cowoknya gagal, dibalikin, Cok. Oh, no, telit. Ya, Bila. Tenang, Bila, walaupun telit kalah, aku masih ada selalu buat kamu kok.
Divide talaga yung attention nila. Instead of them capitalizing na bida sila, mas nakukompromise na sa ganitong klase mga hiding spots.
Oo, ngayon available na rin ang Malefic Gun para dito kay Doming. So may pinaplano atang malaking rotation dito ang Aurora. 3 miyembro ang nakaantabay.
Bisa sih, kalau Grangernya nggak mati sih bisa sih. Kali bisa kali. Kalau Granger nggak mati.
Lord ay available na rin. So pwede mag-swing.
Boleh ngasih muntah. Lu aja muntah, Bila jangan.
Speaking of swing, pwede mag-swing into the favor of Team Liquid daw pag lumate game kasi may insurance nga sila. Remember, meron silang Yezkiel din dito on the mid. Alam natin, ang savior talaga, the longer the game, the better for him. And aside from that, Aaron Shiki, hindi pa po natatantosan ng Aurora. 1-0-3 pa po itong Granger na to.
Musim ini datang
And later on,
dong.
baka doon yung pwedeng dumali for the free hit sa kanila. And
Datang
ngayon,
po, musim ini.
formation 5-on-5 here sa may
Widi.
Lord Pit.
Okay, si Widi nag-aantay ng
Bila mau datang musim ini, Bila. Nanti kita berdua kok. Selalu berdua kok. Aku janji kalau Bila datang musim ini kita selalu berdua. Aku kan menjaga Bila sepenuh hati. Kelas, itu loh. Nah, gitu bro, mainnya bro, anjing. Kelas Iron. Iron mengamuk. Iron. Jauh Kajun. Iron. Wow, maniak. Iron ng Siki.
Sabi ko pa lang!
Itu loh Iron. Kagak Iron acu, iya. Sama kayak aku nggak sih? Mirip. Anggap aku Iron ya.
Burrito!
Emang Bila di mana Bila? Kok jauh?
Ano nga yung pagbangon muli ng TLID?
Ini dia, itu dong.
Multiple kills in a row here for Aaron Shiki.
Gitu bro, ya.
And they're
Buhay.
not stopping
Oh,
there.
Uy, sakto
Tapi
din yung
yan.
implosion. Mabubuhay ba si
Wah,
Demon? Kahit
monster
hindi
kill,
kasi
bro.
naging stuck
Wah,
siya doon ng
anjing.
Skypiercer.
Tapi
Yue
mati.
with a kill.
Acu pekalongan,
Habang,
dekat sih.
Itong Lord ay nasa may bandang itaas. Naku, kailangan
Mungkin
ko
kalau
kapit
bisa,
ang
kalau
Aurora
misalnya kita
dito.
mau
Ay,
ketemuan nanti aku
kapit lang naman
ke
Ngayon, nararamdaman
Pekalongan
na
deh.
naman nila yung tila ba may nagtatago dito. Ang ganda nung ikot
Dekat
dito
sih.
ni Rene J. Jay.
Tinggal naik kereta.
May check them, by the way.
Snowball lah guys, yoi.
Pero problema
Iron udah mulai
dito,
snowball bro.
katulad nga kanina is,
Karena itu gue bilang kalau misalnya Ironnya masih nggak mati biasa bisa.
Kasi kumpronta yung
Muka apaan sih Jun?
crowd control.
Pengalongan, sorry dah.
Kumbaga,
Efek
Red
ngantuk
Jay,
bro, belum tidur bro.
Gimana
Gimana dong?
Kailangan talaga nasa tapat nila mismo. But with Aaron Shiki, hindi nyo naman
Kamu Aaron
kailangan
Shiki
totally
kanjut, taik lu.
frontline eh. Para sa TLID. Kaya so,
Sumpah ini harus sabar lagi cok
yung
mainnya
point
cok.
na,
Nggak bisa
aside
main
from
asal-asal
that,
anjir.
Yung nagiging hindi
Kalau misalnya main
natin
asal-asal
masyadong
dibalikin sama
highlight
kiri
kasi
bro.
si Skill ngayon i-highlight natin. Topping the ranks here for the damage dealt, yung kanyang sobrang gandang Dawning Light talaga yung nag-pave ng way for that maniac kill kanina, di ba?
Oo.
Grabe, 4, 5 yung natatamaan.
Wah, keren-keren udah full item bro.
At saka,
Tapi bahaya anjir sekalinya
Team Liquid ID.
sekalinya
Ang hirap abutin. Imagine mo kung
ewe,
yung frontline nila na si
masukin
Aran
1000 orang gitu misalnya.
Ligtas palagi itong si Aaron Shiki at saka itong si Yeheziel. Kasi ang importante lang naman para sa Team Liquid ID,
Ini
alam nila
sabar-sabaran
kung
aja
saan
ini.
galing ang Aurora. And yun na nga yung mga nangyayari dito. Tamang pokes lang ng Death Zone.
Nah bener cowok, dia nggak ada item defense soalnya, nggak ada item defense. Cuma ada Puri. Kalau misal lalu cuman Puri
natin ng Aurora, medyo
satu masuk, sisanya masih ada 4.
ng pagkakataon na
Bang Yunbi mana
makakuha
bosan liat
Aaron
FC
Shiki
kamu?
na
Tai.
Kamu
mau lihat FC Bila aja nggak?
Hindi na naabot si Yeskel, parang
Cakep loh, lebih cakep.
Ganon yun
Yes.
Ganon yun yung Yeskel niya. So, kailangan mapano nila dito.
Tapi bahaya bro, kiri ada masih ada Bruno anjing.
Pero sa
Bruno
ngayon,
nggak jadi-jadinya Bruno ya, tetap Bruno anjing. Kalau di patch ini,
mag-dive in kasi hindi naman
Purinda mah ngasih Jung mal baru.
Dive
Gue belum kesana lagi dek, nanti deh.
Udah
buka ya mal barunya ya?
Patient waiting game ito.
Terakhir gua kesana belum ada, Cok.
Ginagawa na ni Edward na mas maganda ngayon
bukan
kasi
my type.
nagka-tag team na
Ay.
sila. Nagsasalitan
Bukan
sila
buat
sa
lu,
mga
bukan my
pagsilip
type, anjing.
more on close vicinity lang yung kanila nagiging formation.
Kalau kita bilang, kalau
Kung
misalnya
sakaling
kita,
may humarap,
kalau
dadaanan
misalnya
na
ceweknya
nila
cakep
sa
ya kita bilang cakep aja nggak sih bro?
bilisan na pag-soak or sabihin natin bilisan na pag-atake dito sa ibang members sa TLID na humaharap.
Oo.
Hindi man nila maharap dito sila
Emang aku ganteng? Iya,
Yeskel,
ya gitu
pero
dong.
sa Widi and Fabian ay pwede
Ngomong
nilang
tuh,
bigyan. Katulad
iya
ng
lah emang aku
pagbigay nila
ganteng
ng
gitu
ulit
loh.
earlier
Ngomong
dito
gitu
kay
bro.
Aran.
Okay.
Nanti
Alam
kegantengan
na nila
bakal
kung
datang
nasaan
sendirinya ke diri
manggagaling
sendiri,
dito
bro.
Ang Team Liquid ID.
Lu kayak gimana Jung?
Pero again, kapit lang mga kababayan.
Yang tobrut.
Yung mga gantong klaseng tagbo, pinapainit lang yan. Pinapaganda lang ang
Parang
story.
Parang
Parang hindi na kayo nasanay.
Siyempre, ganyan ang mga istorya dito lalo sa
Gak.
Pilipinas, mga Filipino
Yang
movies,
gimana ya?
diba?
Nggak tahu dah.
Pero sa ngayon, ang
Yang
bugbugan
begitu dah.
magsisimula na nga ba?
Pokoknya
Ayun
yang
na naman,
sefrekuensi,
yung
bro.
Dawning Light kay Yeskel, nakatago sa
sakit.
dilim.
Sakit banget itu
Lord ay
Granger
buhay
bro.
pa rin.
Wala, kalahati kagad yung buhay ni Demon.
Pwede din yung tobrut tapi taat agama.
Yung buhay ng Lord. Kailangan nila i-reset. Si
Tolong.
Widi ay may ispatan nila doon sa may gilid na bush.
Para nih Kajun pemburu
Habang,
tobrut enggak,
si
bila.
Widi ay, nakaantabay din lamang dito.
Aku
kay
mah
Edward.
yang penting ceweknya
Ang
baik
problema nila dito,
dan
nakikita
sefrekuensi
nila si
udah
Widi,
cukup.
pero hindi nila maabot din. Problema nila
Yah,
dito,
oh, hampir
ayun,
kena kan?
sinalang din ng mga
Tuh,
members, free
hampir
hit
kena
din.
bro.
Ay, napa-implosion na
Jing.
dito habang nasipa itong si
Dapat satu,
Edward.
dapat
Namamatay
satu,
siya,
bro.
pwede siya Fabian. Habang si
Granger,
Demon nakabawit
Granger,
na rin,
Iron,
nakabawit na rin yung Eternal
Iron
Void.
acu. Wah.
Kailangan habunin. Pero mamamatay si Demon Guide. Tako delikado ata.
Wah.
Aurora ay bibitang ako.
Ako si Lordnya, anjing. Itu
Dalawa na lang ang
udah
natitira
golem
para sa
cok.
Aurora at ang Team Liquid.
Dalawa
Dalawa
sa
naman.
dalawa.
Udol tuh cakep
Pero walang
kakak.
hahawak sa kanila doon
Udol,
sa
udol.
Lord. Dahil wala mga
Jelek,
referee
Jing.
holder.
Okay na, nakita natin ngayon yung attempt
Terlalu
na
over.
ginawa ng Aurora. Somewhat nag-succeed yun. Nakita natin na muntik na rin naman namatay sila Hiroshige. Kaso ang problema, yun yung root word eh. Muntik.
Parah, bukan
Oo,
maksudnya
kailangan
terlalu
tuluyan
over.
talaga nila, especially
Maksudnya
si
jelek
Yeskel.
karena terlalu
Dalawa
over
silang
gitu loh.
damage
Maksudnya
at dalawa din sila
bukan
talaga
jelek
na
itunya,
puro yung
babi.
damage na binibigay
Biar aku
dito
direkam
sa Aurora.
kontol, salah ngomong lagi
Nakita
gua,
natin
babi
yung
lah.
control na
Gara-gara
nangyari
efek
doon,
ngantuk nih,
especially
anjing.
nakahuli kahit isa
Ngomong
si Renegade,
sembarangan,
sobrang
bangsat.
laking bagay na.
Ay,
Problema,
tuh, tai.
agang namatay, naipit kasi si Demon kahit naipit yung hinliliat niya. Mahirap talaga yon.
Oo nga.
Pero ngayon, kailangan maiwasan na maipitan dito ng mga hinliliat kahit hinlalaki pa yan dahil malaking epekto to pag nakuha ng TLID yung Lord na to.
Okay,
Oh.
606 si Aaron Shiki. Medyo mahapdi at masakit talaga. Tingnan mo naman yung mga Death Sonata. Dumidikit sa balat ni Renny J
Ayan
yung
na
mga
naman.
bala.
Si Widi, abang lang eh.
Si Widi nakaabang din sa may badalikon. Reset. Magandang reset ito para sa Team Liquid ID. Pagkakataon na nga rin ng Aurora MLBB na maghanap na magiging target.
Oh, nice banget maksa dia. Paksa dia, paksa dia. Itu dia.
At si
Itu dia, dapat bro.
Unstoppable na siya dito. Ngayon, masipa rin Demon Knight. Yung mamamatay. Habol sa
Iron
Demon
Chiki.
Knight. Dalawa na lang ang natitira para sa Aurora MLBB.
Dapat
Buti na lang
dia.
talaga ay nahawakan nila itong Lord na ito. Pero meron bang minions? May minions dito, Team Liquid ha.
Kaya ngayon, nagmamadali eh. Even you with their exhausted flicker para lang ma-ensure yung survival, it's more important na makasurvive sila muna dito. To buy enough time para makadepensa. Yung Lord pinabayaan na dito ng TLID dahil diretso lang ang tingin.
Ano, dire-diretso lang talaga ang Team Liquid ID. At sila makakuha ng Game 1.
Pero kalmado pa rin.
Kalma lang.
Gila Iron bro. On fire gini, on fire. Bang, barang kamu bagus ya, kuat amat ay. Gitu dong, gila. Iron kamu on fire gini, gila. Anjing emang iklan lah. Sorry dah iklan.
Mabuhay muli mga junk.
Kan gua kalau iklan. Bila aku ganteng nggak? Nggak. Tuh. Wah anjing. Untung Ironnya menggendong bro. Kalau misalnya Iron yang nggak menggendong kayak match kemarin ya udah kalah nih game anjing. Karena trio midnya nggak seirama gitu sih. Media aku udah follow. Oh iya makasih udah share juga. Iya makasih ya bagi duit lah bang. Tai tuh bocil Bang Medi tuh ya yang di depan rumah. Lordnya ngopi gitu nggak guna bener. Ya iyalah lu matinya lu matinya 25 detik bro. Tadi cuma nahan 2 lawan 5 orang. Matilah. Oh epic clear Lord itu. kalau Romawi itu Lordnya dulu. Oh, gitu. TLID menolak pulang iyalah. Siapa yang mau kalah bro sama PH bro? Ini Indopret kalau mereka. Kang aku kena clickbait itu thumbnailnya cewek. Kamu salah, harusnya kamu melihat yang sebelah kanannya, jangan sebelah kirinya. Kamu kalau melihat sebelah kirinya berarti kamu sudah satu langkah menuju ke kecewa masuk ke sini. Kebayang bre bangun tidur Kak Bila ada di samping gue terus bilang selamat pagi sayang mau sarapan apa, lu kejawab makan kamu boleh nggak, terus dia jawab emangnya kamu Sumanto tolol halu anjing cuh nyet. Thumbnail kematian. Aku kecewa bang nggak apa-apa tuh ada Bila tuh bisa mengobati kecewa kamu. Refresh. Dah refresh tuh. Tolol. Ganti thumbnail nanti ya. Tunggu gua foto bareng sama Bila, ntar gua ganti thumbnail. Aku bikin mau nggak mau. Aku nggak bisa bayar kamu kan clipper besar nih di TikTok. Aku nggak bisa bayar clipper besar. Aku nggak ada duitnya. Bisa bayar jir. Oh. Gua mah kalau dibikinin mah berterima kasih bro. Pasti gue pakai cok. Walaupun lu pakai muka-muka gue yang idiot-idiot, pasti gue pakai gini. Oh ikhlas tapi tunggu aku mood. Ya udah sini aku mood mau nggak? Oh soundboardnya suara si biji satu lah, emang kenapa emang nggak boleh? Emang ada larangan memakai soundboard para orang? Lucu cowok suaranya, ketawanya. Aurora. Wah ini Iron Chicky-nya lagi on fire sih bro. Kayaknya abis baca-baca komen netizen dah. Di channel SCTV, CTV, MNC, RCTI, RCTI. Ini diet anjing nih, sedot WC babi. Aaron panggil balik nih bro kalau 2-0 yoi. Cuma nggak tahu ya. Kan dia kan lagi underperform nih. Kalau misalnya menang nih gue pengen lihat nih dia masih spicy apa enggak nih. Kalau misalnya dia spicy terus nanti nextnya kalah, wah itu bahaya bro. Jadi hujat lagi tuh. Oh, Xaviernya nggak mati, bro. Pantes masih bisa balikin, jir. Xaviernya nggak mati, jing. Oh, ini pernah di GTV, tai acara gimmick. Oh. Good morning, I hope you will be blessed with God, with good fortune today. Tai. Masa lu sok Inggris anjing. Kalian beli kopi lagi nggak ya? Nggak deh, nggak usah. Sudah adakah yang gantikanku? Gila sih, ini momen Iron cut ini GG sih Ironnya. Bukan yang tadi yang maniak, Ironnya keren anjing. Positioningnya mantap bro. Sudah, ini yang maniak ya. Nyayur bro. Si Domeng nge-sliding ke depan cok. No, lihat stres Domeng. Oh enggak deh, ini nggak maniak. Do you know how beautiful you are? Maybe you don't realize it. Anjing lu. Top kasih Inggris babi. Oh ini maniak bro. Rot. Yalah 2 lawan 5 dipaksa bro. Tutupin aja deh Megerano. Udah nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain anjing. Lirik lagu nggak sih itu? Tahu, biarin, udah gede. Sebenarnya bilang aja kamu nggak ngerti, aku aja orang Jaktim ngerti. Tai. Bis ini aku akan off, nanti live lagi jam 11. Menggoreng apa yang ada di TikTok. Babi. Karena garlic anjing. Ayan tidur bentar. Karena gue hilang anjing. Selalu tahu kelompok lu tuh menakutkan. Gue sampai trauma sampai sekarang. Dulu waktu SMA gue berteman sama orang yang ternyata lesbi, tentang sama cewek, jadi dia merasa lebih leluasa. Tiap jalan gandengan, bangsat. Siapa lagi di anjing? Lu udah dapet template dari mana sih kontol? Idiot banget cok. Bocah template anjing. Toko PTW masnya oke mas, agak telat dikit. Siap, cakep, gue refleks senyum. Mas gak usah, gak apa-apa kok mas. Gak bisa mas, asli, tai. Ya semua slap lagi. Kalau udah tidur besok siang bangun. Udah lah, tunggu ketiduran. Selamat ya Garlic, kamu ketiduran. Ayo dong 2-0 dong, jangan 2-1 dong please. Review mic nanti sekalian jam 11. Jam 11 kali. Oh enggak jam 12 pokoknya. Belum ada 1 bulan, yakin ada Umum. L tai lu IRL. Cukudamu estinang tai. Apa kabar ombak nanti bangsat? Tanya mulu. Komennya tai. Lama lagi. Masih amat pancingan tai. Nanti nggak sih babi? Pasang alarm dulu dah. Takut lupa cok. Udah deh. Awi semahana manlebihan. TikTok berarti jam 11 yoi. Pokoknya jam 11 menggoreng bro. Review komen negatif. Off aja bang, kamu so asik. Sorry ya, aku so asik. Walaupun aku so asik, aku masih ada Bila yang masih memperhatikan Acu. Nih. Bener babi, ini jadi template ntar nih, kamu so asik kontol. Udah mana tadi tuh orang muncul kesini lagi tadi pagi. Tuh tanya Garlic no. yang ngomong so asik, bener nggak Garlic? Orang kesini jing. Bang aku geningan nggak ada yang peluk. Kamu apa? Bang, Kodru mana? Tanya dong sama Big Mac. Kodru mana? Iya lagi. Kamu sudah ke Cina, jauh-jauh, mahal-mahal, tapi kamu hanya menikmati sendiri. Buat apa, bro? Masa menikmati tempat seindah itu dengan sendiri, bro? Ya elah, bro. Mana yang tadi ngatain lu? Tadi ada di itu. Di live sebelumnya. Pokoknya pagi-pagi dah. Main wahana sendiri, ke Disney sendiri. Tempat sebagus itu hanya kamu yang menikmatinya, bro. What a wasting time. Tidak ada teman, tidak ada gandengan. Gencana, totot. Tidak ada kenalan di sana. Minimal kenalan kek siapa? No Brata no, siapa sih ini so asik banget emang Brata anjing. Tadi kesini tadi pagi tuh si anjing tuh kesini cok. Cuman komen loh, tai. Pengen buat memori sama pacar tapi nggak ada pacar. Padahal ke Cina setahun sekali. Brata mana nggak tahu tadi udah pergi. Tadi pagi pokoknya kesini anjing. Udah ke Cina, ke Shanghai setahun sekali. Mana jarang-jarang ke Cina, iya. Gak ada cewek lagi dibawa. ke Disneyland lagi. Jong, apa Willy? Ayo Bang Burger, aku lapar, boleh nggak makan kamu? Dolly. Mau kalau nggak sama cewek gua, kagak.
Si Edward.
Oo, madadagdagan pa. Parang
Wajah mau off ya ini.
Imaginein mo ilan lang naman ang mga players ngayon na umaabot
Mau
sa
off, Cok.
3 hanggang 4
Sini.
na
Padahal banyak cewek sendirian di sini, Jun. Minta
appearance
nggak bisa bahasa Inggris aja.
pagdating sa M-Series.
Oh.
At isa na doon, si Mr.
Apa gunanya ada
Consistent.
Google Translate, bro? Gunakan Google
ngayon
Translate
mga
sebaik
veterano
mungkin,
natin
Jing.
laban sa mga rookies from Indonesia. Ngayon,
Drafting.
papasok na tayo sa ating game
Satu sama
number
biar lama
2.
off. Tai, jangan satu sama nggak sih, babi?
Magpapatuloy
Ayolah,
pa
Liquid,
ang
please.
kampanya ng
Oo.
Aurora MLBB. Oo naman, syempre.
Oo.
Maniwala tayo.
Oo. Mga
Pamela off, nanya lagi babi. Gue dari pagi, dari subuh tadi live sampai sekarang anjing. Tolol.
kayo, no?
Nanya.
Dream, believe, survive.
Oo.
Dasar viewer
And they need
TikTok.
to survive this round if ever na gusto nila makaabot.
Sedot, kenapa nih?
Grabe na yung sagot. Oo, parang sa school lang eh. Parang gusto
Eh,
nila
mau
mag-isa.
eh.
Oo.
Oo, ayan na. O sige na, simulan na kagad natin ang game number 2. Ayun, nakaban na rin kagad. Sabi ko na sa'yo, limit testing lang. Inalis na lang agad dito itong isang Hilda.
Ano ka matututo
Ako, jam
kung di mo
4.
susubukan?
Tampar titit lu ya, jam
Parang
4.
tinry lang nila kasi napapanood siguro nila sa sa Indonesia na ito laging ginagawa.
Jam 4 ya nanti, mulainya jam 11 anjing, off jam 4.
For Widdy. And
Oh.
ngayon, na inalis na rin kagad ang Matilda. Naku, grabe talaga yung respeto nila sa Matilda.
Ini Reneja
Kasi
ini
hindi
deh
lang
tadi gue
naman
ngeliatnya
ano
kayak mainnya
hindi lang naman
mainnya
si Reneja, healman din
gampang
yan,
ke trigger gitu,
Ay,
Jing.
the man of all
Jadi
trades.
blunder, Cok.
And
Oh, cowoknya diambil, bro.
inaantay kanina, in-acknowledge ng ilang players yung in-interview sa video.
Oh.
At kahit sila nakaka-script down nila,
Diambil
hindi
gitu
na
cowoknya.
for them.
Masa
Yung
cowoknya
show
nyusahin ya?
ni Rene J, sobrang lakas.
Kalau mereka memang
Baka
memakai
Rene
cowok.
J. Cho.
Ay, oo.
Baka Rene J. Cho, di ba? Alam natin, classic yan sa isa sa mga heroes ni Rene J. Na dati nasa XP pa nga yan eh, di
All
ba?
the way from the Philippines, hindi Georgia.
Hindi, di ba? Pero maganda to kasi flexible pa naman
And he
itong
will
show.
Sama aku
somewhat
Z.
na makukuha niya na
Kaya
yung
nga.
gusto niyang kalikutan.
Oh.
Kasi sa Tigre parang limited eh. Diba yung dash mo,
Bruno ya?
that what's next. Yung isang show na
Bruno
kaya
Hilos,
mo
bro.
talagang iyan eh. Ipang TikTok talaga. Ang
Oo.
daming stretch. Pag iyan yung para sa malilikot talaga na gusto mo laging may galaw.
Oo nga. Tsaka ngayon na nakita na natin ang
Kalau cocok sih sama Z,
dito ni
halu
Liquid
monyet.
ID.
No, langkahi dulu
Portion
mayat
dito
burger
ng,
kalau mau sama Z.
Bruno and this Hylos na hindi pa rin naman natin sure kung saan ilalagay. Pero gusto ko yung naging first 2 picks dito ng Team Liquid ID. Meron na silang consistent na damage from that Bruno and actually yung Glorious Pathway. Ang hirap maglaro kapag may Glorious Pathway. Though yung
Parang
heal
Bulgara
naman yan
yung
sa
mandi.
pansarili lang niya.
Oo.
Pero kasi yung idea na nagkakaroon kayo na additional movement speed and yun naman din yung nawawala para sa mga kalaban na tatapatan nun. Di ba yung slow nun sobrang lagkit pero ito na. Ito yung mga hindi na
Perfect sana.
movements eh.
Okay, the
Tuyo ka.
movement, the sayaw is really here. At kung kanina, problema nila
Tuyo ka, bro.
kung paano yung magiging movement, hindi ka ma-awkwardan with the joy eh. Especially nga sa naging recent adjustment sa kanya. And with the Vixana, na nakita naman natin, maganda naman actually naging performance ni Uwe. Problema talaga nila is yung pang-reach sa backline. Pero all in all, even the timing of his eternal guard was on point. Ngayon,
Suyo.
para sa TLID, locking in the Suyo.
Nako,
Ulit.
nakita natin ng game 1 kung paano mag-perform itong
Hilda.
hero na ito, itong Suyo na ito. And let's see kung ano yung mga
Hilda.
magiging next target ng Team Liquid ID. Wala pa rin namang gold laner. So,
BNMM
most
kali,
likely,
BNMM kali, biar
mapupuruan,
Greng-
makatanggalan
Grenger
ng
ka, Ben
Beatrice,
Grenger.
makatanggalan ng Harit or Nathan or Moskov. Kasi for me, ano naman eh, kumbaga hindi mo na kailangan ipilit eh.
Biar
Kung gusto
Bruno-nya enak sih.
i-flex
Patrick ya.
ng
Weh,
Aurora,
Dito.
itong show nila, gagawin nila yun. Pero sabi
Biar-
nila,
biar-
hindi pa
biar
ang
Bruno-nya
hirap
enak,
nung,
ini mah.
ano eh, nung edit kanina eh,
Muntik
naramdaman
din
nila eh.
Sabi na, muntik din tayo dun eh. Nakita nila kung paano na ilalaro yun.
Oh, cowok doang nggak masalah.
Sa feasibilities. Yun yung mas gusto natin na nakikita rin kay Edward actually, yung ganong klase ng mga pang-expleaner heroes.
Yung may damage.
May damage, may pangsagot siya after ng mga setup niya. And sobrang full kit kasi for me.
Tanggapan
ng
Mas
isang
Ade,
kit
dapat
niya.
tanggapan Mas Ade,
Diba,
babi.
bukod pa doon ngayon, tututok tayo sa mga possible ulit. bukod sa XP na gold lane here para sa Aurora. Kasi sa ngayon ay nakikita pa rin natin yung option nga na pwede sila lumiko onto a Beatrix actually here. The Moskov na nabanggit mo nga kanina ay sobrang posible din naman kung gusto lang talaga na sobrang long range later on, and yung global presence ng Spear of Destruction. Pero mid laner here para sa TLID ang nilimit nila master the basics.
Ako nakikita ko dito, no, pwede nga uling tanggalin yung glue kung gusto nila kasi
viral,
medyo
apalagi
mahirap
viral,
na naman talagang katapat ang isang glue. Or tama, XP lane, glue, Povius.
May healed, ay tinanggal.
Wala na kagad healed na.
Isip ko kung di pala natanggal, no, pwedeng agaw, pero
Ayan na.
respect.
Respeto, binigay ang respeto dito sa isang glue. Ngayon,
Dalawang ban na to sa glue, ha?
final ban rather para sa Aurora. Pwedeng Aurora ang alisin nila dito.
Ulit,
Oo, no? Aurora pick, Aurora ban.
Or at the same time kasi, actually for me, pas iban mo na yung Aurora kasi yung Savior, meron ka namang Joy ngayon. So kaya niyang ikutan if ever man. Ganon kasi yung pwede na gawing formation dito ng Aurora MLB. Pero hindi naman namin sinasabi na parang sobrang pwede pakawalan yung Savior. Pero sa ngayon ay for Aurora, mas komportable sila sa first pick sila. Why not ban an Arlot? Additional na tagal
Dia mau stop, dia mau nge-ban stopper anjing.
Dito ng Hylos.
Hindi ko sure kung ano ang nabasa dito.
Mau ini tuh nge-ban inisiator babi.
Dexter, pero
Jadi nggak ada inisiator, cok.
feeling ko pinaghahandaan
Dipaksa main Tigreal ka?
Na dala-dala dito ng Team Liquid ID. Kasi nga si Aran magaling din talaga itong mag-Arlot. So ngayon naman, ano magiging choice or magiging option? Kukuha na ba sila dito ng mage? I think ito muna para tagu pa rin ang role ng isang Hylos. Pwede sila mag-Aurora dito.
Sobrang tago naman hanggang dulo nun.
Oo. Pwede mag-Aurora dito.
Ay! Loyi bro.
Wait lang, hoy! Alo!
Okay, Louis pick.
Tinanggal nila yung Vexana. May open nga palang Louis.
Oo nga.
Somewhat, grabe yung tilt ng TLID na balance dito sa draft. Because of the Louis pick din, actually, Burrito. Pero, your thoughts on this one? Kasi, sobrang tricky na to eh.
Oo, mabilis na rotation ang i-expect natin para sa Team Liquid ID. Kasi nga, alam din nila na malilikot ang heroes dito from Team Aurora. So, si Rizla ang kanilang kukunin. And the Beatrix.
Dia ngambil hero inisiator bro di kiri bro.
Hindi nila nalaman kung ano pa nga ba muna yung role.
Oo. Ang kinakatakot ko lang dito, medyo one-dimensional yung lineup dito ng Aurora. Kailangan nilang daanin ito, kailangan nilang abusuhin yung level 4 spike ng isang Joy. Kasi kapag nag-level 4 to at nagkaroon na kagad ng electrifying beats, kayang-kayang tumapos, kayang-kayang tumunaw ng mga squishy hero yan. Like itong Louis or itong Bruno, di ba?
Kanina na-highlight din namin yan na Midnight na yung Joy, possible mo pang siya ipang late game, pero kasi maximize mo yung strength talaga niya, diba? Which is the early to mid part nga. Kaso nga lang, ngayon, mas naramdaman din natin ang TLID, parang mas gusto nila sige pag lalapit kayo.
Wow!
And nakikita nila yung advancement dito for Aurora. Una nating nakita to, ako, personally, una ko to nakita, yung Louis Bele.
Baru lihat nih gua, Widi main poon.
Kay
Smart Omega.
Sa Smart Omega, yung pinapadala yung Benedict sa likod, tapos Ay, nako, okay.
Tapos na-discuss din to ni Venus actually on one of her streams. Interesting to kasi nandyan sila present. Nasabi niya, ano bang kulang sa Beleric to make it perfect? Mobility. Tapos ngayon nakuha yan ng TLID, which is quite interesting. Ngayon sa
Purify.
Okay.
Kaya nih kalau purify bisa dikejar Joy bro.
Sabi niya, anong pangontra sa systematic na approach? Mga lason takes.
Lason, ito na.
Balasan ya.
Napatanan ng lason. Ang Aurora, ang katanungan ay kakayanin bang maidugtungan ang tournament live dito ng Aurora or magtutuloy-tuloy ang Team Liquid ID? Ladies and gentlemen, game on number 2 para sa ating elimination match sa round number 4, Aurora MLB versus Team Liquid ID.
Pero syempre in paper pa lang naman
Bakit
natin.
ang Goldoy?
Ano pa lang yan?
Ano pa lang yun?
Chewy crafting lang.
Okay. in paper na natin nakita. And actually, syempre, iba naman yung galaw ng TLID sa mga na-witness na natin na ganitong klase ng draft. And for Aurora, most likely na prevent or sometimes nakakaroon na sila ng prevention plan. Ayun pala, prevention plan. Kasi nakakalaban na sila ng ganito sa Pilipinas pa.
Oo, di ba? Oo, yan. Oo. Si Aran ay level 2 na. And nararamdaman ni Rene J yung mga ring of punishment dito. And feeling ko ito yung, I mean, si Rene J yung magbibigay ng malaking, ano dito.
Sobrang laking bagay
malaking
talaga.
bagay para dito sa Aurora MLBB. Dahil nga, kailangan niyang pick open kagad itong si Aaron Shigi. Kailangan mapigilan yung spike nitong hero na to. At kailangan nilang dalawan palagi. Kaya nga, ito si Rene J, magsiswing na rin dito sa baba.
Kaya, pero kailangan nila ng early game.
Bang, awas bang, aletso niya bang.
Sobrang nakikita natin na
Dapat tugrobak.
somewhat yung pwede mangyari sa life din dito ng Joy ni Demon kahit most especially sa mga possible na sipain ni Rene J. Kung kanina grabe yung parang nasa-shoulder responsibility, ngayon ita-times 2 natin for Rene J. Kasi sobrang kailangan on point ng kanyang mga sipa, even to the smallest of the knock-up ng kanyang Shunpojit Kondo na combo, guys. Sobrang importante here for Rene J.
Grabe din yung respeto ng Team Liquid idea. Kung napansin natin doon sa
yung
emblem, tatlo sa kanila ang naka-tenacity. So, talagang gusto nilang balagbagan. Ito na tinintroduce nila to yung brawl meta yung Indo brawl meta na
Indo brawl meta, what the fuck?
Bato ng Aurora kasi nagsisimula na. Ang unang pag-go ng laban na ito si Iran ay napaatras na rin, nagamit na rin yung Eternal Guard. At naku, inilayo ata, dikitan muna sila dito.
Kandang.
Doon sa unang pag-go ng laban na yun, kaya atrasan muna ang Team Liquid ID. Higop muna, dispersion rotation, buhay pa rin naman dito si Rene J. Pero nakadalawa ang Team Aurora sa laban na yun.
And nasabi mo nga kanina, brawl meta, aggressive, early ang gustong gawin ng TLID. So ngayon sumasabay sa laro yung Aurora MLBB. Sige, kung ganyan yung playground nyo, maglalaro kami.
Oo.
Diba? At nakita natin yung adjustment, mas ramdam natin yung sabihin natin damage na pinagsama-sama, yung layer na meron actually for Doming and even Edward. Diba? Kung kanina sabi nga natin, ma-awkwardan kapag may Glorious Pathway, sobrang hirap ng galaw nyo. Nilabas nila yung laro doon.
Oo.
Diba? Grabe yung naging angulo, yung trajectory here for Aurora MLBB.
Biasa kasi tadi
There's no
3-1.
turning back.
Saya
Nor
taruh 1
die to
kalah, Cok.
Diba?
Oo, magandang simula naman para sa Aurora MLBB. Nakasecure na kagad sila ng almost 1K gold lead.
Gameplay.
And si Yui ngayon, ako, pupuntirahin ata. And
Full
of course, yung
gameplay.
flicker
Iya,
para
loh,
dito
iya.
kay Yui.
Aku bilang tidak adanya penyerangan.
Magandang info ito para
Mabar,
sa Team
anjing.
Liquid,
Ngayon, if
Ay, bisa asal, Cok.
Siyempre for Yue, kailangan niya rin i-inform na hindi siya pwede malalim masyado.
Yup.
And even for Rene J, kailangan niya mag-double time, which is what's happening right now.
Wah,
Kailangan
diambil
mas siya
kok.
sa mid lane.
Ya elah, diambil, Cok.
Hindi nila pwede ipag-crumble basta-basta itong mid lane katulad ng nangyari kanina. Pero ngayon, masiaran tayo na awkwardan sa kanyang Glorious Pathway.
Napa-vengeance nga kagad eh. And ngayon naman,
Dia ninggalin MMM sendiri anjing.
Nasilip
nakita.
Apa sih masih nabrakin
Muntik na
Demon
akong
Kite-nya,
hindi
bro?
huminga dito. Okay, buti na lang. Okay, remember na huminga kayo guys sa
Hinga.
mga sa comment section din.
Mankuda, tay.
Nakikita ko maraming kinakabahan. Pero sa ngayon ay in less than 10 seconds, 10 seconds rather, magre-respond na nga ang pangalawang pagong. Magramdam natin na inilalaban dito ng Aurora. Pero sa ngayon, 14
Udah level anjing. Cowoknya ada mulu, Cok. Gak nyaman gini error bermain.
Na pwedeng gawin ni Yezgel, kailangan talaga na bantayan.
Ini menang gak nih? Ini 5 lawan 5 sih hitungannya.
Nagmamadali.
Ah, ya.
Nagmamadali, naka-reach kill build ngayon si Winnie.
Duitnya tinggal
Ay,
ulti. Wah, ditendang duluan, bro.
Si Rene J dito nagamit na rin.
Wah, meninggal, Jing.
Nakuha man ng Team Liquid yung ikaw lang pagod na yun, pero lalaban na ang Aurora MLBB. Unti-unti
bro.
natutumbahan dito ang Team Liquid ID. Fabian ay namatay din. Nakatatlo ang Aurora.
Okay, hinga kayo ulit!
Hinga ulit.
Hinga ulit! 5-1 kill score. Nakalamang doon ng Aurora. Pero ang napansin talaga natin
Ang ganda
doon
ko, bundar,
for
okay.
TLID, mas huminto muna sila. Hindi nila pinilit yung mga bagay-bagay. Pero ngayon, para sa Aurora MLBB, it's a change of pacing na hinahanap din natin talaga nung Game 1. Na mas nakikita natin ngayon, kahit ngayon, dume-deny pa sila.
Oo nga eh.
Nang-invade pa sila dito ng purple buff.
Ito yung hinahanap nating Ito yung hinahanap nating aggression mula sa Aurora MLBB na medyo nawala nung game number 1 dahil nga naman talagang palaban ng Team Liquid ID dito. Tsaka yung range advantage sobrang laki talaga para dito sa Team Liquid ID. Pero ngayon naman nakukuha na paunti-unti ang tempo ng Aurora. for me, maganda to, no? Lalo, tinan mo, halos 1.2k gold lead para kay Doming against Aaron Shiki.
Ang laki. And nag-reflect nga yan sa kanyang first build, rich build.
Naka-rich kid build.
At bumabalik na naman si Paldomeng. Yan talaga yung pinaka-OG, Paldomeng. Pero bandang top, ginagawa na ng Team Liquid Academy or Team Liquid Lead rather is somehow i-relieve nga yung pressure sa ibang linya. Hindi lang kaya ng tapatan na realize sila si Doming.
Di kaya eh.
Ganito na pala, agad yung damage. So why not
mag-reflect
back tayo sa iba pang pwede natin puruhan katulad nga ng Torre. Ngayon, actually, nakikita rin naman natin na medyo naghahanap sila ng target. Problema, hindi nila ma-commit yung surprise attack kasi nahahanap ni Renegade pag may nawawala. Malamang comms ito, guys, nawawala yung Nui.
Wala, oo.
Nawawala yung Arana. Ay, nawawala si Fabian. Mga ganun eh.
Oo.
So, lagi silang aware. Naka-high level alert ang Aurora MLBB.
Okay, speaking of alert ayun na nga, napasipa na nga rin kagad itong si
na
Renegade.
to.
Ang tanong, makakatakas ba
Yeah,
siya?
Ella.
Force na nga rin kagad. Same with the glorious pathway from Aran. Ngayon, nakasipat din lang itong si Demon kahit nag-aantay ng pagkakataon.
Nandun ang re-resapan
Hindi,
dito.
mati
Connect
chowi
ang
niya.
delikado. Edward pumasok. Isa matatanggal. Kaso ngayon, hahabol pa sila
Sama daw ni Anjing.
Sumayaw at katulad nga ng pagsasayaw niya, harapan, andun ang damage, nangangaray. Kahit si Edward ay pipilitin na nga natin umawat. Inawat niya yung sarili. Ngayon, yung turtle muna ang tatargetin.
Okay, maganda to mga kababayan. Aurora MLBB, 3,000 na ang hawak na kalamangan.
Sabi sa inyo, hindi to basta-basta ngingiti.
Hindi, si Smiling Demon, hindi basta-basta ngingiti yan.
Kung walang plano, nakasunod.
Meron talagang plano. Sabi ko nga sa inyo, maniwala lang kayo sa mga plano para kasama kayo paglipad ng eroplano.
Ngayon, syempre,
Gusto
nagsisimula na
niya
naman
off
ng
gua.
panibagong plano. Meron diversion.
Sa likod.
Sino sasalubungin? Sino Doming at Yui, delikado!
Sila ata
dapat ito.
Wow! Namatay na kagalitin si Doming! Naku, nawala yung damage dealer dito ng Aurora MLBB pero kaya pa nga talaga. Demon kahit makakatras. Ngayon, ang isa si Edward. Napakakunat ni Edward dito. Grabe naman. Nakikipagkapasan mula doon sa kanyang mask. Pero
Tamparin.
hindi kakayanin yung mga
Pala niya,
bola.
katitit.
Mula kay Aaron Shiki. Ngayon,
Anjing nga mati cho.
Paatras. At makakaligtas din naman siya.
Okay, kalma ulit. Hinga!
Hinga uli.
Nagkaroon ng palitan doon and right now, Renegade's first item priority would be Radiant Armor na nga lang din. Pero kasunod na nga lang din no, na nakita rin naman natin yung pag-buy time
Air belum mati bro. Ingat
Kapag
itu.
tingin sa Yui doon, naabot man si Domeng. Pero nakikita mo kung paano rin naman yung naging holdback doon nila Edward.
Oo.
Limited ngayon yung masasabi nating asking place. Talagang calculated ang bawat pagpasok din ni Renegade. Which is what we like talaga. Unless very intense or kailangan talaga yung mga
Pantas, may buru.
Demon kahit hindi naman nila basta-basta kinuha.
Nanti jam 11.
Pero para sa
Babi.
TLID, sobrang committed nila eh.
Oo.
Pansinin nyo si Aran, hindi siya nag-aatubili sa kanyang glorious pathway. Even dito sila Weedy nga na by the way kanina, akala niya kakayanin nung kakunatan niya. Akala niya, pagkakawala niya ng kanyang Wrath of Dryad, makakapag-bolt siya ng ibang members ng
Jam 11 sekarang aja.
Doon siya medyo nagkamali. Ngayon, ano nga ba yung mga mas tama rin na mga gagawin?
Jadi nggak kuat ini anjing, ngantuk banget cok. Gak ngantuk banget gua.
Kaya papunta! Tayo sinulubog na kaligitig na dito Aurora
Waduh.
MLBB. Pero parang mali ata sila napapasukan.
Dapat nggak itu?
Dito,
Bruno
si
jagain.
namatay. Sa likuran naman ay si Aran ay namatay na nga rin.
Mahabol
Aaron
sila.
Shiki nakakuha. Si Edward ang kanyang napili doon. Pero si Renegade
Gusto
naghahanap
niya.
pa rin ang kanyang sisipain. Hindi, wala na. Mayroon pa siyang sipa dito pero hindi niya pa nagagamit.
Kontol ini ya.
Dalawa ang namatay para sa
Bodoh.
Aurora. Isa
Kapan
naman
aja
para
gua.
dito sa
Bodoh.
Team Liquid ID. Yung Lord
Tidak
ay buhay na
peduli.
rin. So pwede silang mag-swing na dito.
Okay lang, nagsalita si US at si Domeng. Importante.
Pegawang ngelek, pegawang ngelek.
Hindi ka naman
Telepon.
namatay sa round na yun.
Ayan na si
Ya
Pam.
miss. Ya miss cok.
And nandun pa rin yung scary part for TLID. Sure sila na hindi pa kumakawala kanina si Renegade, di ba, ng sipa.
Oo.
That was just a knockup. Pero sa ngayon, ang dami lang need i-consider. Kung nung game number 1 ay sobrang sakop nila yung mapa, ngayon mas hati. Nakikita natin yung minion wave ay nakakapag-
HP, diem lu babi. Gua udah nggak tenaga nih buat ngomong.
Basta-basta yung mga panglilikod doon.
Apa sih, anjing?
Buwan din siya doon, by the way.
Oo.
And the Lord right now has respawned at nakapaligid na agad ang limang
Apa, Memek?
membro ng TLID.
Abang-abang lamang din, no? Si Yue
Ay,
ay
Choli.
napakatapang talaga. Nakikipagtitigan siya kay Weedy kanina habang si
Apa?
Fabian ay tinutuloy itong Lord. Si Demon kahit nag-aabang din.
Malek, langsat.
Pagkakataon! Kay si Renegade namatay, nakukuha na rin si Yue ng isa.
Iya.
Mamatay din siya, courtesy of
Halo, ladies!
Doming ay
Ladies,
nakakapili
hello!
ng
Ladies!
kill. Nakapatay na ko po, 4. Ang tutumba para sa
You so cute, ladies!
Siyempre pa sila na ginagawa.
Akala nila umuwi doon.
At kailangan
Kontol banget nih orang ya.
kailangan umatras sa
Lagi
mga
seru ini, Abi. Nelpon.
pagkakataon
Oh.
ng Team Liquid ID.
Wah, keren banget. Keren banget Ger itu Ger.
Wala doon. doon nagtago si Domeng. Nag-cut siya ng wave doon sa may bandang gitna. And the good thing about here is that early pa naman.
Ginonton ya,
abot
stress.
ng mga death timers, makakahinga pa rin dito ng kahit
Tadi ngeliat itunya sih keren banget anjing.
Paano nga ba nagkaroon ng magandang setup plays? Of course, nababalik
Awalnya ngapain ya?
dun sa yin yang ni Yezkiel.
PC tergeletak di tepi istana, bro. Kerang tolol.
Sumunod pa doon is yung natay.
Ger sendiri anjing.
Especially doon sila Fabian and Luigi sa kung saan nga ba yung dapat puruhan nila ng linya deer para sa Aurora MLB.
Oh, di comeback, bro.
Ayun.
Gara burger gua. Iron.
Patras sila Iron Sheik.
Delikado ata siya rin.
Anjing.
Gamit niya yung kanyang conceal. Yung Lord ay nasa may bandang itaas. Buhay naman ang lahat ng miyembro.
Tadi menangnya di mana, bro? Anjing, ngeliat gua.
3,000-4,000 na kalamangan ng Aurora ay nabawi na ng Team Liquid Indonesia.
Bikin bang anjing itu minta peluk sama dua cewek yang lagi joget-joget itu.
Yung kanilang ginagawa.
Keren banget ya Disneyland ya. Anjing, Cok. Gua ngeliatnya. Kacau.
Grabe silang dalawa.
Oo.
Sabi ni Demon Kay, kaya niya
Foto kali ya sama yang gak pakai topi. Foto gak sih?
Ano ba eh?
Bilang aja foto.
Nag-bathroom break. Pero bawal mo na bathroom
Mereka
break.
pasti mau lah.
Ayun, nakikita natin na
Bilang aja foto, kenang-kenangan. Bertemu orang Shanghai.
Yep.
And ang maganda is for TLID ngayon.
Ay, nggak ada
is
nyali.
nakakuha
Cupu
naman sila
banget,
ng
Cok.
magandang
Stress.
formation din. So all in all, 50-50 tayo muli. Yung kaninang kalabangan Aurora, halos ilang daan na lang ngayon na nahawakan.
Kenang-kenangan, bro. Ketemu apa foto sama orang sana.
Aurora MLB.
Walaupun sendiri. Pasti nanti lu ditemenin dah ujung-ujungnya, sumpah.
Oo eh.
Kalau misalnya lu cerita gua aku sendiri gini.
Pero ngayon kailangan nilang piliin mas maging maingat sa paggalaw at sa pag-atake dito kasi lagi silang nadadali. Kanina yung second.
Kalau misalnya lu cerita pasti itu. Mending gue minta foto sama Mas Dean ya daripada sama lah sama ceweknya maksud gua.
Habol din talaga yung lead.
At ngayon para sa Aurora
Takut,
MLB,
stress.
masyado sila siguro nakafocus.
Kalau misalnya nanti cerita aku sendiri di sini gini liburan sendiri pasti nanti ditemenin, Cok. Kayak di TikTok. Jiper. Nanti pasti dapat temen, bro.
Hindi nila kailangan ipilit kung hindi pa yun yung oras. At
Tapi cari komplotannya tuh yang sendiri yang sepi tuh kayak bertiga, berdua, berempat no.
Aurora is not yet ready.
Jangan ramean anjing.
Nakastring talaga nila, especially with Greedy's Wrath of Dryad.
Ito yung sinasabi ko kanina no. Kailangan nilang piliin na yung mga magiging.
Ni hao boleh foto. Ni hao boleh foto enggak?
And for me, yung ganda pa rin naman ng magiging laro dito ni Domeng. Remember kanina, siya lang yung natira doon sa kabuuan ng Aurora MLBB right after ng team fight na yon. At nakakapag-deal na rin naman siya ng mataas na damage.
Coba menurut gue sih lo harus foto sih sama orang sana sih sekali aja.
Lalo na itong si Rene J.
Mumpung lagi di Disneyland, Cok. Kapan lagi, Cok, Disneyland.
Mas maganda.
Keren banget sih tadi keren banget sih Disneyland.
Si Aran lang ang pinadala.
Okay, si Aran lang ang na talaga
Keren banget, Cok, di Disneyland.
na naman muli katulad ng ginawa na ng game number 1. Ngayon, they have the luxury na madaliin i-rush itong Lord na to.
Kapan ya gue bisa ke Disneyland?
Sa pinakagitna at liko!
Bruno, please Bruno, jagain Bruno, please. Please jaga Bruno, please.
Si Demon Kind nakuha yung Luminous sa Lord. Atras muna Aurora MLBB pero humabol pa doon siya.
Pabiannya kemana, bro?
Nakita namin yun.
Ay, sa
Pabiannya kemana?
sana di nakita pero sorry, Richie, nakita namin live on 4K.
Pabiannya kemana, Jing?
Ay nandito na nga lang din na TLID. Ang kanilang next move, kapalit nung masakit na naagaw na Lord ay dumiretso, makabasag ng torre, nagpaulan ng mga bala dito si Dome.
Aray!
Na mga ngaray at mamamatay na nga lang din. Pinapatras na nila ang TLID.
Takbo muna kayo. Anong brawl meta? Kayang-kaya naming sabayan yan. Team Liquid ID ngayon ay paatras. At pagkakataon ng Aurora MLBB na samantalahin ang pagkakataon. Andun na nga sa may bandang itaas itong si Demon Kite. Habang si Yue, medyo malalim to pero gagamitan niya rin agad ng Eternal Guard para lang makatulong at pinadala na nga ang apat na miyembro ng Team Liquid dun sa may bandang gitna. Habang si Demon Kite, trabaho lang
tayo muna. At nakita naman niya parang hindi talaga dapat sabayan, iiwas muna tayo. Kasi kapag hindi nila ina-expect siya ka tayo, umagaw na mga ganon. Na actually, yung second Lord na yun, yung Luminous Lord na yun ay sobrang laki nung naging kapalit para sa Aurora. Nakahinga, nakalagpas sa
comeback lagi, Cok. Cibal.
Hindi nila nilang madaanan.
Seki.
Kasi doon magaling yung lineup nila eh. Doon maganda sa mga sorpresa eh. And for me, ang Aurora MLBB dito, tama ka doon eh. Labanan nila ng sorpresa, laban sa sorpresa.
Yan.
Yung mga sipa ni Rene J, ay ito talaga magiging susi para sa kanila. Damage
Siba.
dealt. Of course, nakakalaman pa rin si Iron Shiki. Pero patras muna ang Aurora ah.
Okay, ngayon, nakikita natin, pumantay 11-11 ang ating kill score, which means na even for TLID, nagkakaroon na rin sila na a bit of a struggle. Kahit yung gusto nila
Yes, satu-sama. Jangan nggak sih, gue udah ngantuk banget, Cok. Bodohnya mau satu-sama juga gue tinggal tidur, bodo amat anjing. Gila, aku ngantuk banget gue.
Kasi kailangan din nila ng pang-exit eh. So, nagdadalawang isip sila, dapat ba
Bisa
puro
bangun jam 11,
pasulong
Cok.
lang tayo, puro pasulong lang ba? Kasi for Aurora, they have the capability to chase us. Kahit pagpasok pa lang nila, nakareserba na rin dito yung pwede maging penalty zone ni Edward eh.
Ganda ng pwesto.
At yung pwestuhan
jangan
nila,
sama dong.
grabe
Please.
naman
Apat
paborito.
Apat yung nakahawak dun sa may
Taunya
damo.
dari tadi gaga sih. Ini kuncinya di lane aja, Cok. Kalau lane-nya dongo,
Ikaw
kalah.
pa mag-check ng bush eh.
Bobo jam
Eh, dito
2.
maganda, dito
Galah.
kasi magaling. In fairness dito magaling ang Team Liquid ID. Yung
Bobo jam
pag-out
11,
ganyan.
lap,
Kagaya
biar gue
nito,
bisa
nakaabante
tidur
na
jam
si
4.
Widi. Alam naman niya na safe pa rin doon sa may bandang
Balik
itaas. Yung iniwan
balik
niya
lagi
kill.
tuh jam tidur gua tuh.
So, nakaabante na dito si Widi. Nag-aantay lang sila ng pagkakataon at naka-freeze din lang naman yung lane. So, wala talaga nagpapakita sa mapa.
Ito yung tricky part eh. Kasi di ba alam mo may Lord na magre-response sa may bandang babang jungle. Naakala mo baka doon tumatao. Pero pag may sumilip kasi dito, sa kabilang side, yung opposite side ng Lord, doon ka pwede madali. Pero ngayon na-reveal na sa
Ada kotak.
yung ibang mga position ng members ng TLID. Pwedeng simulan actually ni Fabian yung Lord na yon kasi pwedeng lumipat ng agaran at nagkadikit-dikit na yung mga members ng TLID may diversion CLCL.
Okay, naririnig na rin at nakikita ng Aurora dito na umiilaw na yung pit ng Lord. So, sumilip na rin dito ang Aurora and kailangan lang nilang i-maintain na safe yung mga spaces o yung mga bushes na pwedeng pagdaanan.
Nang mamama dito sa Edward,
Grabe,
eh. Even yung buy time nila Yeskel, nangangalahati rin yung buhay nila. Nakikita natin ngayon yung attempt.
Kuncinya di lane aja, Cok.
Dispersion play din na nilalapag dito.
Tapi awas Edward juga jing.
Nangangalahati yung buhay, 2 bars left. Kontra HP, Rene J sa likod!
Okay, sa likod, nakasipa na nga rin, pero si
Perang,
Aran,
perang, please,
nila doon
please,
sa may
perang,
badaling
perang.
Ngayon
Dubukin depannya.
andun yung mga paulan
Wah.
mga kay
Wala ba Fabian?
Si Fabian na makakuha ng Lord na yan, si Huey yung mamamatay.
Aaron!
Ngayon ay makakabawi,
Balik!
hindi naman ang isa itong si
Udah,
Doming.
udah.
Dalawa,
Udah.
tuba para sa
Udah, oy! Anjing, itu.
Pero lagi magsama
Pas.
si Doming dito, meron pa siyang immortality. Aaron Shiki, Aran versus Doming. Tutong pa si Doming dito, nakapagpalit-palit pa ng kanyang mga items.
Anjing.
Dalawa na lang ang natitira sa Aurora.
Ang dami mga nangyayari doon sa Lord.
3 lawan 2, bro.
Kukuha to na TLID.
Ada Lord
Dalawa
1.
sa
Bisa nggak ya?
Dalawa de depensa, dalawa ang offense. Aaron Shiki at Aran gusto yata tapusin ito pero hindi papayagan ni Rene J at Demon Kai.
Mampus mati lu.
Kakayanin nga ba
Mampus lu.
depensahan ito? Ngayon na-pop na rin yung immortality ni Rene J. Ngayon tumumpa na kay
Menang, Cok.
ang cavalry. At sila ang magwawalan.
Gelo Iron Shiki anjing, Ben. 2-0. Anjing. Wah, gila sih Iron Shiki, sumpah keren, Cok. Kembali ke performa, bro. Iron Shiki, bro. Kacau anjing.
Giving it their best shot. And eventually
Gila, Iron Shiki, bro.
their spot onto the next round and eliminating Aurora MLBB.
Gila, nggak disangka, bro.
Goodness.
Kan gue bilang kan di Rene J-nya yang bikin kesalahan, bro.
Dito na magtatapos ang kanilang journey.
Lah kalah. Tadi di Rene J-nya yang bikin kalah. Ay, Aurora, bye, Aurora.
Bilang Pilipino, yung puso nila sa laro.
Kan tadi kan ada sempat gue singgung ya, si kesalahannya tuh apa si Rene J-nya ini gampang bikin kesalahan anjing. Poin rungkat memeo.
Sa M6 na
Ito nga,
nakasama
lain
natin sila, talaga
Kataruhan.
namang pinakita nila ang walang sawang
Gelo, GG,
pagmamahal
Cok,
sa
Iron.
ano, pagmamahal sa mga fans sila, audiences all around the world. And syempre ngayon ang
Bye-bye.
para sa
Bye-bye,
mga
PH.
youngsters.
Makanya jangan banyak ngomong anjing, makan tuh brawl server
First time
kontol.
nilang sumalang sa international
Tai
stage.
tuh. Brawl server, tai.
Sa kanilang pinakita.
Grabe.
Huwag kayong
Ang tai
mag-alala,
lu,
Aurora.
anjing.
Proud pa rin kami sa mga bagay
Akan
na
ngomong
ipinakita
si
nyo dito.
kontol.
At yung puso nyo sa laro,
Banyakan
yung puso nyo
ngomong.
para sa Pilipino ay nandun
Brawl
na pa rin talaga. Proud pa rin
server
kami.
ni boss.
Palakpakan natin ng Aurora.
Masaya pa rin kami. Syempre, guys,
Makan
among
tai
all
lu,
the
anjing.
games talaga na nagpakitang gilas ni Bridges Park.
Tetap aja di hadapan King Penop Liquid S ya sih. Terlalu OP anjing Penop. Mana dong? Penop terlalu OP anjing Penop. Kalau OP bro, Venop bro. Brawl, iya anjing, makan tuh Brawl server babi. Masalahnya yang paling banyak ngomong ya, itu di Aurora anjing. Brawl server, tai anjing, tuh makan tai Brawl server memek. Oh.
Ini cocok banget buat
Lihat mic, udah off ah. Gue off ya guys ya. Nanti gue balik jam 11. Oke, bye-bye. Thank you semuanya. Wow, meledak. Bye-bye Kanjut, love you.